All right, first call, Class 1, market goats. First call, Class 1, market goats. Got them all? All right, we want to welcome everybody this morning to our 2026 Market Goat and Market Lamb Show. Once again, we want to welcome our judge, Jess Yeaman from Uvalde County. And I think we're going to start off with a little prayer this morning to get us going. And then we'll start off with Class 1 of Market Goats.
Your head, let's pray. Your Lord, we just come to you today and we thank you for the opportunity to raise these animals and be here and just allow these kids to grow in strength and faith towards you, Lord. We pray specifically for protection over the kids as they show their animals, help them to do their best and be strong. We also ask protection over the animals as they go through this show, Lord. Be with us, help us to follow your word. In your name we pray. Amen.
Any of you junior directors were supposed to help in the sheep and goat ring this morning. Be a good time to report to the sheep and goat ring. All you parents out there and those over, I think, 21, we are going to need some help this Saturday during the sale. We're really short on folks that can work in the bar and serve drinks during the sale. So if you would go to the Facebook page, there's a sign up genius where you can volunteer for an hour or two at a time to work in the bar area. So we would greatly appreciate it. We're really short help this year so far. First call, class 2, start lining up. Class 2 market goats, please come line up. Second call, Class 2 market goats.
Good morning, folks. A real nice way to start the day in terms of a set of lightweight market goats and a challenging class to sort with some obvious differences out here in terms of type and kind in this lightweight deal. I think that these kids are doing a real nice job with this set of goats. And I will say that despite the fact that there's obviously some in here that are a lot greener than others, I do think that for the most part, I think that these goats have a pretty good future ahead of them. I think all these lightweights, I think, are just going to get better with time. And that said, I still think that there's some out here, especially in this initial trio, that are a little more ready to go in terms of the way they touch and they feel. And then we'll talk about some differences from there. Young man's goat that comes in and wins, I think that guy has a big advantage in class in terms of his rear leg structure and how powerful he is off his rear too. Really like his pin set. I like his width, stifle to stifle. I like his shape to his upper hip, like the mass and the volume he has in terms of his center body. This guy's got some rib shape. He's got some product. He's got some mass and some power. But at the same time, he's pretty attractive, handles his feet and legs fairly well as he gets around the ring. Doesn't want to lead super well for us today, and he really doesn't want to drive much for us today. But when you get your hands on him, there's no doubt that this is one of the fresher, bigger top goats we have in class. And then he's got that big advantage in terms of rear leg. He's got that advantage in terms of width through his chest, and he combines that again with some balance and some eye appeal and some design from the side. Young man's goat that comes second. I think this one's pretty hard to punch a big hole in as compared to our class winner. He's perhaps not as bold and stout in his rib. He's a little steeper out of his hip. He's not as true and wide and square and powerful off his rear leg. He's real fresh, real expressive. Like the way that this guy touches. Wished in comparison there was just a little more to him. Wish he was a little more cracked open, a little bolder rib, had a little more total volume of muscle down the top side of his skeleton as compared to our class winner. The goat that comes third is one that easily is the best handling in class. Love the way that this one touches. He's got a great big end to him. He is obviously one of the deeper twisted goats we have in class. He's got a ton of turn to his leg. Again, another one that just touches really, really well. He's a lot quicker in his maturity pattern compared to the two ahead of him, and that shows when you set him in motion. He's one that wants to be deeper about his chest, wants to run downhill a little bit, wants to be a lot choppier about his skeleton. I'd like to change him up, make him freer and easier in terms of his feet and legs and his top line and the way he ties his neck into his shoulder. You do that and combine that with the touch that one has, and he moves up and wins hands down. Again, great job to that young lady getting that one driven hard, and great job making him feel awesome. Just wish he was made a little different. From there, we go down through this class, and I think we just start running into some goats that have pieces instead of being that complete package that I'm seeing up here towards the top. As we work our way down, we just progressively see these things get a little less muscular, a little less powerful, a little less ready to go. Great job to all these kids. Y'all give them a big hand as they leave.
First call, Class 3 market goats. First call, Class 3 market goats. Please come line up. Second call, Class 3, Market Goats. Class 3, Market Goats.
Another good class, and I think as these goats get just a scotch more weight on them, we see a little more chunk, a little more mass, a little more stoutness and feature, and I like that for sure. I think up here towards the top end of the class, a really interesting trio of goats to sort through, and especially in this top pair, I think there's a bunch of trade-offs. I go back and forth on these two the whole class on which one I'm going to use. I think the young ladies to my right, I think he has a big advantage in terms of look and attractiveness through his front 1/3. He's a lot more shoved up in his chest. He's just a little more my style in terms of his look and his design from the outside when she gets her leg in him. Really am surprised with how much shape and muscle and expression that this guy has when I get my hands on him. For being one that still reads pretty immature, he has got a great big rack, and he's as big loined as anything in the class. And I'd venture to say he's probably the biggest loin goat we have in class. He's got some shape to his leg. He's pretty true and square on both ends of his skeleton. I'm not going to lie and say that that's the biggest footed, most stoutest featured one. But because that goes the young man's at second. But I think that this one is the most athletic, and I think that this one has some advantages in terms of that chest floor shape, that rib shape, and that front 1/3 portion of his skeleton. And then again, extra fresh, extra big loin, lots of pop down that one's top. Young man's goat that comes second. There's some things I love about this guy. He is big footed. He's heavy boned. He's really true and square in terms of his feet and legs. Really like the way that this one travels off his rear too. You get off to the side of this one, whether he's stuck or in motion, as compared to our class winner. He's quite a bit deeper in his chest. He's perhaps a little flatter in his center body. He's a little flatter in his rib shape. Come in and touch this one. Super hard, super good in terms of condition. This guy's still really raw. In fact, I think he will get better as he gets a little more on him. But this guy has a lot of shape. He's got a lot of mass. I don't know that he has the pop and the expression of the one right ahead of him when I get my hands on him, especially over his loin. But just in terms of sheer volume of muscle, I think he has the advantage when you get around behind him. He's deeper in his twist and just has some more chunk when you get back behind him. Big, stout, good made one. Just maybe like to polish him up just a little bit. Give him a little extra pop and tone. Shove him up in his chest, make him a little rounder as compared to the one right ahead of him. Really like both of those again, though. Really enjoyed that sorting that pair. Young man's goat that comes third. I think this guy's just ultra green as compared to your counterparts ahead of you. Okay, you're a lot shallower in your flank. You're a little flatter ribbed. You're just reading a lot less mature. You get around behind. That story is told again. He's just a little frailer at the surface. He's a little flatter in his leg. He's a little shallower in his twist. All that said, that's still a high quality one that I think handles his feet and legs well. Certainly gets around the ring pretty well. You get your hands on this guy, and for as skinny as he reads from the outside, he has got a great big rack and a big loin. He's real fresh to the touch. I think that one's going to be real nice to keep pushing on him, and he'll just get better and better. From there, the young lady's goat that comes fourth is one that I like in places. I think he is super chunky in terms of just center body. I love how stout he is on both ends of his skeleton. He's another one that's got a great big top. You get your hands on him, you like him, you stand off of him and ask him to move around. This one wants to break pretty bad right behind his shoulder. Would really like to correct him from that aspect. The young man's goat that comes next is one that I think is fairly difficult to knock a hole in. He's sound. He's pretty attractive. He's a lot greener than his counterparts that beat him in class. We'd like to see that one just a little further along in his feeding phase. But that one, again, is pretty hard to find fault with. Young man in the blue has one that is super skinny and green, has some muscle and some shape, but at the same time wants to be pretty cut up in his flank. Probably not quite as wide tracking as I'd like him to be off of his back, too. From there, as we work our way down the class, I think I just see these goats get progressively skinnier. I think there's some nice ones in here that have some balance and some look from the outside, but they just need some more time on feed. They need some more groceries to reach their full genetic potential. Really good class. Enjoyed sorting it. Y'all give them a hand for a job well done.
All right, our Class 1 placings for our market goats. 11th place, Emmy Karillik. 10th place, Evelyn Mayfield. 9th place, Sophia Elizondo. 8th place, Nolan Barrett. 7th place, Katina Patillo. 6th place, Cynia Fowler. 5th place, Peyton Neal. 4th place, Kenna Malmberg. 3rd place, Drew English. 2nd place, Cole Hamilton. And 1st place, Tucker Ellis. Your Class 2 winners were 12th place, Tinley Krasinski. 11th place, Hannibal Patillo. 10th place, Weston Sullivan. 9th place, Lane Meyer. 8th place, Chloe Gregory. 7th place, Charles Snyder. 6th place, William Gerfers. 5th place, Lane Meyer. 4th place, Kinsey Jones. 3rd place, Wyatt Gerfers. 2nd place, Brooks Davis. And your class winner was Lila Gerfers. All right, we're missing one goat for the Class 4 market goats. Ellie Smith, we're missing your goat for Class 4. We're still missing one goat for Class 4. Ellie Smith. Ellie Smith, please come to the ring to line up for Class 4.
Well, easily the deepest class we've seen just in terms of goats that are truly in contention to be out here in this initial trio. Good job to all these kiddos in here. Real solid set for sure. I really enjoyed these first three. I think that there's some trade-offs. There's some things to talk about. All that said, I still think the young lady that has the young lady in the red there that wins. I think that one wins pretty handily, in my opinion. I really like him for his width off both ends of his skeleton. I absolutely love him when I get my hands on him. This guy's the biggest rack by a significant margin in class. He's pretty fresh. He's pretty right in terms of the way he handles. He's got a ton of volume up high. That said, he still balances up pretty nice from the outside. He gets around well enough in terms of feet and legs. I think that guy puts a lot of nice things together. Is he a little weak in terms of his rear pastern, especially on his right back leg? I think a little bit. I don't think it's a big enough concern for me to dock him today. I wish he was a little better there. I wish he was a little better in the way he got around in terms of his rear leg, but that's being pretty critical of a super, super high quality one that's very good in terms of the turn to his center body, that's very good in terms of his overall design, build, and balance. I think that's a high quality one, and certainly one that touches really well. Again, a term that I'm going to use over and over again today. That's the combination one, puts it all together for me. A young man in the black, I bet this one's nickname is Chevy because he's like a rock. I mean, this thing handles incredible. He's so hard. I'm not saying he's ready yet. He's still a little skinny, especially compared to the one right ahead of you. But this thing is rock hard, whether he's stuck or just held with a chain. I love his tone. I love his expression of muscle. I love the creases he has. I love his big forearm. I love the crease he has in his rear leg. Love the crease down his top. He doesn't have near the volume of muscle of the goat right ahead of you. And then this one, I think one that starts to become a little bit of a structural concern for me. He's a little tighter wound. He's a little straighter up to his front end. He's one that wants to track pretty narrow off his backside. For as powerful as he is in his rear leg, he was one that wants to get pretty narrow from behind when we get him on the go. He's just a little tighter wound than the goats on either side of him for sure. But love his muscle expression. Love his look from the outside when the young man gets him stuck. Love that shoved up athletic look. Certainly one that's extra trim. Certainly one that, in my opinion, ought to get better with a little age. The goat that comes third has some things that are really good about him as well. I think he corrects our second place, and then he's a little truer and squarer in terms of the way he carries his rear leg. He's a little more confident from hock to surface. I think that this guy has some shape. I don't know that he's near as toned up and as expressive as the one right ahead of him. And as you read this one through his chest and his forearm, I think that same story's told. He's significantly plainer about his forearm. You look at him through his chest, and this one wants to be a lot plainer there. So in comparison to the one right ahead of him, I think I'd like to expand this guy in his rib shape just a bit. I'd like to make him a little burlier in terms of his chest floor and his front end. I'd like to make him a little harder to the touch, have a little more pop and expression down his top as compared to those first and second place goats right ahead of him. From the side, really like this one. Young man does a real nice job getting him stuck. That's a nice one. That was pretty hard to put a goat that nice in third. From there, the young lady's goat that comes fourth. I think this one's super heavy muscled, starting to get a little piecier in terms of his type and design. He wants to break behind his shoulder. He wants to get a little blown out in terms of his shoulder and off his front end. But he has a massive loin. He handles really well. I think that guy's got a big end, so he checks the box for muscle all day long. But we need to balance that one up a bit better for me personally. The young lady's goat that comes next is one that kind of shocks me a little bit because reads really green and skinny from the outside, and you get your hands on him, and this guy's just about as fresh as anything we have in class. He's got a great big loin for his size. He's got some rack shape. He's got some drop to his leg. As you start to back away and compare him to the remainder of the class, he's one that wants to be just a little less mature, a little less ready to go, maybe not as well balanced as some of the others. And while he is expressive, he probably doesn't have that sheer volume of mass and muscle that we saw right up above him in this particular set. From there, we start working our way down the class. We run into some that perhaps have some length, some extension, some balance or eye appeal or levelness, but they don't have that center body width. They don't have that turn to their rib. They don't have that power in their rear leg. They don't have that product and the skeleton to allow for a lot of product that we see in those above them in class. Real nice set. I appreciate all these kids' work top to bottom. Y'all give them a big hand as they exit.
All right, our Class 3 winners. 12th place, Shelby Wells. 11th place, Eli Evanson. 10th place, Rhett Karulik. 9th place, Weston Karulik. 8th place, Sam McCune. 7th place, Brooke Powell. 6th place, Aubrey Harper. 5th place, McKenna Love. 4th place, Drew English. 3rd place, Preston Robertson. 2nd place, Logan Rust. And your class winner was Addison Scott. Congratulations, kids. First call for all of our first and second place winners in your lightweight divisions. So first and second place from class 1, 2, and 3. This is your first call to start lining up for the lightweight division drive. Second call for all our first and second place lightweight division winners. First and second place from class 1, 2, and 3. Please come line up for our division drive.
Well, another good class, but a class where I have to do a little bit of hopscotching in terms of type and kind. Hard to make a pattern in this particular group. That said, I think the young man's kind of caped goat that comes in and wins. I think that one wins pretty handily. Big ended, big top, really big in terms of his center cage, really wide through his chest. Get my hands on him, and that handle quality that he has matches his look from the outside. There's no doubt that that one's the biggest top, the biggest loin. He's the biggest ended, and you tie all that together with also one of the more attractive weathers in class. He's going to rise to the surface for me every time. The young lady in the red has one that I like a lot from the side. I think that this guy's real cool looking. I think he's very, very level made. Handles very well today, especially over his loin. Probably doesn't have the bold rib shape, doesn't have that crazy big rack shape that we see in the goat right ahead of him. Doesn't have that power in terms of his rear leg, but he's very attractive whether stuck or on the move from the profile. The goat that comes third, some things I love about him, some things I dislike about him. He's really wide based. He's big footed. He's heavy boned. I think he's a little more conventional in terms of type and kind. He's significantly deeper about his chest. He's significantly plainer about his turn to his rib and his shape to his leg. But he has a ton of mass. He has a ton of volume. He's a real chunky guy that's got a lot to him. And when I mean chunk, I don't necessarily mean fat, just mass and body. He's got a lot to him, but he's not my kind in terms of look and design from the side. But he's better in terms of his rear leg than the goat on either side of you, okay? The young lady's goat that comes forward actually resembles more our second place than our third. I think that this guy, when I get around behind him, I just question, does he have enough to be in that initial trio? I love him from the side. I think he's high quality for sure from the profile. Love how tucked up he is in his chest. I love how round he is in his rib, and he's got some shape and some expression of muscle. Get around behind this guy, and that's why I put you fourth instead of third. He is just really playing in his rear leg. He looks really immature today. I think you push that one hard. You get him to bulk up in terms of his back third and his hind saddle. I think that one does you some good because he's so good made from the profile and so attractive to his front end. Just got to make that one stouter. Got to make the third place prettier. Got to make the second place a little stouter off his rear too. And I really like that first place. Good job to all you guys. From there, I think that this young lady in the black has one that's pretty creased up behind his blade. You get around behind that one, though. He stands too narrow from behind. He wants to be a little narrower in his pin set, probably not as big in his rack shape as those that are right ahead of him. This young lady in the plaid shirt that's next, I think that one was pretty true and square in terms of his hind leg, had some loin, got a little flat about his center body. I didn't have that whip through his chest that I'm looking for. Didn't have that roundness of cage. The young lady's goat that's next, I think one that just didn't have the handle quality that we see in others. I think he's as pretty as some that we have out here on this front line in terms of his look from the outside, but he doesn't have that pop and that shape and that expression of muscle. From there, I think we just run into some that just get progressively greener. They just don't have enough product. They don't have enough mass to compete in this group of real stout ones. Good job to all these kids. Appreciate all their work.
All right, your Class 4 winners. 10th place, Chase Galvan. 9th place, Ellie Smith. 8th place, Tucker Ellis. 7th place, Liliana Rimas. 6th place, Eliana Goddard. 5th place, Kinley Beavers. 4th place, Savannah Hamilton. 3rd place, Tegan Smoot. 2nd place, Sydney Curry. And 1st place, Truett Tucker. All right, now we're going to have our lightweight division drive.
Folks, I thought we've had a really nice lightweight division, and whether your young person that you're cheering for was last or first, I hope we can all agree that these kids have all put forth a ton of effort with these projects. I appreciate their work. If you do, give them a big hand. In terms of the eight that we have out here, I'm very pleased with these. This has been an exceptional lightweight division, especially for just a county show. I'm very pleased with the quality that we've seen and the opportunity to get to do what I want to and not what I have to, which is one of my favorite things when I get to sort some ones that have some quality and some depth in those classes. In terms of the lightweights, I thought that one that wins that deal is pretty handy in terms of his rear leg and his hip shape and the power that he offers off his back too. He's pretty wide through his chest, pretty attractive from the profile. I thought that one kind of combined some stoutness of center body with some look and some design. Certainly had a great big top. Young man's goat that was second behind him in class, one that's significantly greener, probably doesn't have as much mass. Maybe one that's a little off in terms of his look and balance as compared to our class winner. Maybe not quite as stout at the surface. That's being pretty hard on one that's relatively hard to punch a big hole in. I think that guy gets around the ring pretty nice. It's pretty attractive from the side. A young lady's goat that comes in and wins class two is one that's real attractive when you get off to the side of this one. Love how he's shoved up in his chest. Certainly one that's pretty athletic in terms of his look from the profile. You get your hands on him, and one that really kind of surprised me, honestly, for the amount of shape and volume and expression that he has. That guy really touches well today. He's got lots of pop, lots of expression and muscle. You get around behind him, he's not the biggest ended one that we saw out there, but he has lots of shape in his rear leg, too. I think that was a good one that had some quality about him for sure. Had a really cool look, athletic look from the outside. The goat that was second behind him, as I talked to him in class, he had some advantages in that pair. He's bigger footed, he's heavier bone. I thought that one handled his rear leg better. Probably has a little more volume of muscle in terms of his rear leg. From there, maybe one that's a bit flatter about his rib, certainly a bit deeper in his chest. You get your hands on him. Love how lean he is. At the same time, probably doesn't have quite the shape and expression of muscle, especially over his loin, as compared to the class winner. But I thought that was one of the tougher pairs of the morning thus far. Class three, I thought that this goat that comes in and wins there is really good in terms of his handle. He has an enormous rack, pretty big in terms of his loin. He's big ended, pretty attractive from the outside. As I criticized him just a little bit in class, maybe not perfect in terms of his rear pasture and like to strengthen him up there just a little, but that's being pretty hard on a real high quality goat that's flexible as he gets around the ring and has a big advantage in that particular class, especially when you handle him over his rack in terms of muscle. The goat that was second behind him, love how toned and firm and expressive he is. That one reads really immature, but I love the expression of muscle that he has. I love how he looks from the outside. Set that one in motion. I like him a little less. He's a little harder. He's a little off in terms of his body when he goes. He's a little choppy in terms of his body when we get him in motion. Get around behind him. He wants to get pretty narrow off his back too. Would like to correct him from that aspect. As I said in class, I think that's one you push him hard, get him a little heavier, drop his flank, get him a touch softer, and that one honestly will get better with time. That's a nice goat. Goat that comes in and wins class four kind of reminds me honestly of the goat that wins three. He's pretty similar in type and kind. Real blown apart through his chest, real wide off his back too. Lots of stoutness, lots of power. Had the big advantage in terms of rib cage shape in class, and correspondingly had a big advantage in rack shape. This guy was easily the boldest behind his shoulder, the biggest in his loin, and the biggest ended. Tie that together with one that's nice looking from the outside. You've got a winner for sure in that particular set. Young lady's goat that came second, one that hit me a lot, real hard from the outside. Really like him in terms of his levelness and his design and his balance and attractiveness. Get around behind that one. He's not stout as the goat that's right ahead of him. He doesn't have near the rack shape as the one that wins, but you like him for his look. You like him for his pretty. Just wish he had a little more power to go along with it in comparison to the real stout class winner. Good job to all these kids. I'm going to have to take one last look. I'll shake the hands of the kiddos that hold the two that I prefer. Y'all give them a big hand.
Need our class five goats to line up. Class five goats, start lining up. Second call, Class 5 goats. Second call, Class 5 goats. All right, our champion from our lightweight division is Truett Tucker, and our reserve champion from our lightweight division was Addison Scott. Last call, Class 5, Market Goats. Last call. First call, Class 6, Market Goats. First call, Class 6, Market Goats. All right, I want to take a minute to recognize some of our prize donors for our goat show. Our buckles. The grand champion meat goat buckle was donated by Brad Spinrath in memory of Mr. and Mrs. Marvin Coles. Our reserve grand champion meat goat award was donated by Chad and Krista Upham. Our champion heavyweight buckle was donated by Reed and Emily Snyder and the Snyder family. Our champion medium weight buckle was donated by Goss Creek Heritage. Our champion lightweight buckle was donated by Paisley Possum Printing. Our champion junior showman meat goat buckle was also donated by Paisley Possum Printing. Our champion intermediate showman buckle was donated by Keith Hallmark and Circle H Well Service. And our champion senior showman buckle was donated by Los Lomas Land Company. Our reserve champion senior showman award was donated by Autumn Sheedy Zeller and Texas Farm Bureau. Our reserve champion intermediate showman award was donated by Ira Smoot and Survivor Electric. Our reserve champion junior showman award was also donated by Ira Smoot and Survivor Electric. Our reserve champion lightweight market goat award was donated by Reed and Emily Snyder. Our reserve champion medium weight market goat award was donated by Greg and Amber Weidenfeller. And our reserve champion heavyweight market goat award was donated by Reagan Harris in honor of the family of Reed Merchant. Please give these folks a round of applause for sponsoring all of our awards for the Market Goat Show. All right, I want to take the opportunity to remind everybody, you parents out there that want to volunteer for the sale, there's a sign up genius. We're still looking for volunteers to work the bar and food service areas at the sale on Saturday morning. So please go to the Kendall County Facebook page, Junior Livestock Facebook page, and find a time slot that fits you and sign up to volunteer for the bar and food service areas, please. You kiddos that are done showing, if you're done showing and you're going to start taking stuff out of the barn and cleaning up, please make sure you get all your shavings swept out of your pens and all your trash picked up.
It's a good class, but a class that's a little interesting in terms of the way it comes together. I think that in this particular trio, I think the young man's goat that wins either needs to go third or first. And in my mind, it's awfully hard to put the one that's pretty obviously the heaviest muscle third, okay? That guy is really big in his forearm. He's really big in his stifle. Love his rack shape. Love his loin shape. He's extra lean, extra high cut ability. Has tons of product, tons of power to him. He's adequate in terms of his structure. He's adequate in terms of his build and balance. If I could change him, I'd certainly like to make him more extended up through his front end. I'd like to make him a little wider tracking off of his back too. I maybe like to pick him up in his loin edges just a bit. But that one is a chunk, and he is hard handling, and he has got a lot of product to him. And then again, he's adequate in terms of his build and his look and his structure. The goat that's really cool looking is the one that comes in two. And if I could take 1 and 2 and put those two animals together, that'd be the one I'm hunting. This guy that comes in second is extra good through his front 1/3. He's pretty athletic in terms of his look from the outside. Get your hands on him. He's fresh. He has some expression of muscle, but he has nowhere near the volume of shape and product that we see in our class winner. I get around behind this one, and you start to question. He just doesn't have enough in terms of his rear leg. He doesn't have enough center body shape, enough turn to his rib. But you get off to the side of him, you like him in terms of his levelness. You love him in terms of his extension through his front 1/3. He just doesn't have the chunk needed to move on up and take the class. So an interesting pair there. Again, you put those two together, and I love that one. The young man's goat that comes third matches our second place pretty well. This one's got a quality look from the outside for sure. Super long and extended through his front end. You get around behind him. This is one that gets a little too narrow in his pin set. He doesn't drop enough leg. He doesn't have enough pop in terms of his top. He doesn't have enough rib shape. to support a great big rack. I'd like to make this one just a bit bolder through his center body in order for him to move up in class. But again, like him in terms of feet and legs, like him in terms of the way he's designed from the profile. Just got to have more goat there in order to sort up, and especially to beat that real stout one that comes in and wins. Young lady's goat that comes fourth, I think this one handles his feet and his legs and his spine pretty well when he gets around the ring. When she gets her legs stuck in him, as compared to the three that beat him today, he's just playing her at his leg. He's just playing her down his top. He just doesn't have as much product and shape. The young man in the bright turquoise shirt here had one that was real expressive in terms of his loin edge, one that wanted to be significantly plainer and flatter about his rear leg as compared to his counterparts that beat him in class. From there, I think we start running into one that just doesn't have enough shape, doesn't have enough mass and volume of muscle up high, but has some width and some stoutness in terms of foot and bone. And as we work our way down, I think we start running into goats that probably just don't have enough volume of muscle. They don't have the structural width or the stoutness to support a great big top, or they just haven't had the days on feed necessary, haven't been pushed hard enough to reach their full genetic potential. Good job to all these kids. I know you guys all work hard, and I appreciate that. Y'all give them a hand as they leave.
First call, Class 7, Market Goats. First call, Class 7, Market Goats. All right, our Class 5 winners. 11th place, Beckett Karulik. 10th place, Madison Waterman. 9th place, Jet Bernal. 8th place, Claire McEwen. 7th place, Jonathan Campbell. 6th place, Ruby Smith. 5th place, Bodie Berlin. 4th place, Emma Espenson. 3rd place, Wyatt Gerpers. 2nd place, William Gerpers. And 1st place, Class 5 winner was Brooks Davis. First call, Class 7.
Real high quality set that's very, very good in this top end. I really like these first three a bunch. I think there's a few trade offs. There's some differences for sure. I think that this three is probably just as close a set of an initial trio as we've seen today in terms of these classes. I think the young man's kind of sandy headed goat has some combination factors that propel him to the top of the class. I think that one's really good looking when he's moving around the ring. I think he handles his rear leg very well. I think he handles his top line very well when he goes. He's real attractive from the side. He reads with some athleticism, some tone, some definition, and descript muscle shape from the outside. You come in and touch him. He's got a big rack. He's got a big loin. I don't know. I'm not going to lie and say that he is the best handling one because he's not. I think the best handling goat's probably the goat in two. But that guy's more than adequate in terms of his touch. And I really like how true and square he is. Really like the view he gives me from the 3/4 angle when we get off from behind him. And you can see how wide he is in terms of his set to his leg. You can see how powerful he is in his upper hip. And you can see how much shape he has down his top hole at the same time being attractive when you get exactly perpendicular to him. And he's real neat through his front 1/3, has some advantages in terms of length, extension, and balance from the outside. Again, kind of combines some things that I'm looking for today. It's really hard to beat this goat that comes in two. I think this is a very, very nice one in his own way. He has some advantages. He's bigger footed. He's probably a little chunkier legged when you get around behind him. You get your hands on him. There's no doubt that this one is the biggest in terms of his loin. Probably comparable in terms of rack shape to a little smaller as compared to the one that's right ahead of you. This one handles better when he's just held with a chain as versus driven than the goat that's right ahead of you. So there's some trade-offs there. The things I'd like to change about this one a little bit. As compared to our class winner, I'd like to make him a scotch longer. I'd like to make him a little smoother in his pattern. I'd like to make him a little better behind his shoulder. I'd like to see him go out and move a little freer, keep his spine and his body together a little bit better when he goes. That's being real hard on a real nice one. Really like those two goats in 1 and 2. Now, the goat comes 3 is no slouch. I think you give this guy 20, 30 days, and he may move up to the top of the class. He is nowhere near as ready as the two that are right there ahead of him. When he's stuck and he's driven, though, he has some pieces that I really dig. He's wide through his chest. He's real wide and powerful in terms of his rear set to his leg. He doesn't drop near as much shape to his leg yet today, but he's got the skeleton to support a great big top, and he doesn't quite have it yet, but it's coming. You can tell. Tone, expression is certainly there, just not volume. We need to see this guy a little further along. He just happened to fall into a class with two that are a little more ready to go. This one perhaps is a little frailer at the surface than those two. Maybe not quite as well balanced when he gets in motion. That said, that's a high quality one that I think just gets beat in terms of readiness today. Young man, push that one hard. He's going to do you good somewhere down the road, just a little bit. The young lady's goat that comes forth, this paint goat, as compared to these three, little flatter about his rib, significantly flatter in his rear leg. Doesn't have as much turn to his center body. Real attractive, though, real level, pretty fresh to the touch. Young man in the black has one that handles real good when he gets his leg in him, has some pop, some expression, set that one in motion, starts to give away that he's a little weaker in his top line than I'd like him to be, wants to be a little narrower off of his back, too. Young lady in the purple, I think this one just starts to come apart a little bit in terms of his body. He's not as wide. He's not as true and square in terms of his rear leg. He's not as bold in terms of his rib as some of those ahead of you in class. Young man in the turquoise, I think that one's pretty true and square in terms of rear leg. I think he has some width through his chest. One that for me would probably stand to see a little more shape and mass up high, especially as you handle him there over his rack. Probably need to see that one with just more shape and expression today. From there, I think we have 3 real skinny green goats. All 3 have some merit just in terms of body and look. Probably just got to get these guys stouter. Got to have more muscle on them. Real good set of goats. Real good job done by these kiddos. Y'all give them a hand as they exit the ring.
All right, our Class 6 winners. 10th place, Emma Dolnig. 9th place, Addison Sullivan. 8th place, Kendall Pankratz. 7th place, Asher Medina. 6th place, Lila Kate Gerfers. 5th place, Dobbs English. 4th place, Sarah Hamilton. 3rd place, Weston Rust. 2nd place, Tate Widefeller. And 1st place, Preston Robertson. All right, so first call, Class 8. We need Class 8 to start lining up. For those of you that have goats or lambs that you do not want to take home and you want to sell, Randy Ames is going to be purchasing goats and lambs after the lamb show. There's a sign up sheet over here where the weight breaks are. You can put your name and tag number there. And then after the lamb show, there's a pin set up outside the wash rack on the northwest corner of the barn. You'll need to take your lamb or your goat that you want to sell out to the wash rack on the outside the wash rack on the northwest corner of the barn. That's after the lamb show. Second call, Class 8 market goats. We're missing 3 right now. Class 8 market goats. We're missing 3.
Another good class with lots of depth and lots of quality. Some differences for sure up here in the top end. I think that there's some challenging placings. I think there's some spots in this particular group where you really have to study and decide where you want to place your emphasis. I will say that the goat shown by the young man in the black, when you get him stuck and you get your hands on him, there is no doubt that guy has the big muscles. I mean, he is really big behind his blade. He's really big over his loin. He's really big in his upper hip. He's got a lot of shape in his twist, got a lot of shape in his forearm, has a lot of those indicators of true muscle that I like to see. Get around in front of him, extra bold through his chest, extra wide without being outside his body. He's got a pretty attractive look when he's stuck. Now, is he the longest fronted? Is he the coolest made? Is he the best moving? No. I wish he was a little freer in terms of his skeleton. He's a little choppy in terms of his stride when we set him in motion. Is he a huge structural concern for me? No, he's not. And I think his advantages in rib shape and center body and center dimension propel him to the top of the class, despite him not being the most attractive and not necessarily the most my kind. I like him a lot, though, just for the center he has, the shape he has, the product he has. And then he's certainly more than acceptable in terms of his look and his design when you get off to the side of him. Young lady's goat that comes in too, a smoother pattern one that's a lot better in terms of his front end. I like that a lot. I like the way that this guy gets up and out in terms of his front 1/3. You get your hands on him while he's fresh. He is expressive. He's not as big down his top as the goat that's right ahead of him. He doesn't have the shape. He doesn't have the shape to his rib. He doesn't have the shape to his upper hip that we see in that one right there. And that's being pretty hard on a goat that I think has quite a bit of muscle. I think he's stouting that one up at the surface, making better balanced from that aspect. I think it becomes a more challenging pair there. I think there's lots of good in the goat that comes into, and there's times all day or in this particular class that I have him winning. So some trade-offs back and forth, both really nice. Honestly, the goat that's in two is probably a little more my kind. I wish there was just a touch more of him. Wish he had that great big massive rack that we see in the goat that's right ahead of him. I wish he had that extra width through his chest. Still, like both of those a lot. And I think those kids ought to be proud of those projects. Young lady's goat that comes third. I want to commend you. You've done a really good job out here making that one look really good from the side. Okay. I think that one comes in. I notice him when I get my hands on him. He's got a pretty fresh, expressive rack, but he's not one that just jumps out at me in terms of his power. But he's fairly hard to knock a hole in, and you do a real good job when you get your leg in him and get him stuck, making him look high quality from the side. He's real level down his top, doesn't have any big issues in terms of structure, pretty shoved up in terms of his chest. Honestly, reads pretty athletic in terms of his type and kind. He just doesn't have that shape. He doesn't have that pop, that expression, that width and crazy mass and volume that we see in the two that are right ahead of him. There's some pieces there that I like an awful lot, though. Young lady's goat that comes fourth is one that gets too plain in his leg, too plain in his rib shape as compared to the real stout ones ahead of him. And I really like some things about this goat that comes fifth. This one is super surprising to me in terms of how big he is over his loin because he is absolutely skinny today. That one's got a real cool look through his front 1/3. Again, a real big loin as compared to the ones that beat him today. He needs to be leveler out of his hip. He needs to be better right behind his shoulder. He needs to be more ready. But that one has some real cool pieces for sure. Kind of the same story for the young man's goat that comes next. This one's pretty big in his loin edge. Doesn't have as much rack shape as needed. Probably not quite as good in terms of his rear leg. Like to change him up just a little in terms of his overall design and proportionality as compared to some of the ones that get up ahead of him. From there, I think we start working our way into some that probably just don't have the overall package. We run into some that are a little flatter about their bodies, some that are a little too heavy in their condition, others that don't have enough condition, just need some more product and mass up high. Great job to all these kids, though. I appreciate all their work. Y'all give them some love as they go.
All right, we've got Class 8 in the ring, which is the last class of our medium weight division. So just a second, I'll need all of our first and second places to start lining up for our medium weight division drive. So you first and second places, start making your way back to the show ring. Our Class 7 winners from our Market Goat Show. 13th place, Alina Perales. 12th place, Cody Johnson. 11th place, Jacob Campbell. 10th place, Kaylee Dolnig. 9th place, Kate Evanson. 8th place, Charles Snyder. 7th place, Jason Eckloff. 6th place, William Snyder. 5th place, Eloise Reeser. 4th place, Macy Pape. 3rd place, Gwendolyn Schmidt. 2nd place, Torin Tucker. And your class winner was Jayton Smoot.
Really a good class. I think the top 6, 8 or so in here, easily the deepest class that we've seen today. Lots of good ones in here. And I think that top 6, 8, 10, whatever you want to call it, I think that any guy you come in here and have sort this, jumbles it up a different way, probably gets away with it on the microphone, depending on how they want to talk it, how they want to place their emphasis. This deal sorts out different. Lots of differences out here, lots of good out here, lots of things that I like. Young lady in the red that sorts up, to me, this is the one that's the hardest to punch a big hole in. From this view right here, he's three-dimensional. He's wide, stifle to stifle. He's big in his upper hip. He's really fresh, really expressive. And when I get exactly perpendicular to him, he's still the one that reads with quality. I think this guy's good in terms of his neck shoulder blend. I think he ties his shoulder into his top line and the rest of his body the best. I think he handles his feet and legs the best when we get him on the move, and handles his body the best when we get him on the move. I think that one reads with some quality. And that's not to say that he is the EST, meaning he is the best at all things in the ring, but he puts the most together. And I think that that's a high quality one that checks a lot of boxes. The young man's goat that comes into, man, muscle, muscle, muscle. Love the way this one handles. Great big loin, great big end to him. Like the stoutness of feature that this guy has. Does he take that stoutness of feature maybe a scotch too far, become a bit quicker in his maturity pattern, become a bit choppier in his stride, become a little less appealing in terms of his front 1/3? In my mind, yes. I don't think he's as neat put together as the one that's right ahead of him, but he does correct him in some ways. And then he is probably just a little stouter down his top. He's probably a little bigger at the surface. He's not as great fronted. He's not as cool looking from the side. Doesn't keep his body together as well when he goes. A goat that's in 3 causes problems for me because this one reads with a ton of quality. Really like him through his front end, like how wide he is through his chest. He looks the part from the side, both stuck and when you get him in motion. I like him a lot from the side. You get him in motion from behind, I question him a little bit. He gets a little narrower than his ideal when you walk him off of his back, too. Then when you come in and touch him, honestly, I'm a little disappointed. As awesome as he looks from the outside, this guy is significantly plainer behind his shoulders, significantly rounder over his loin edges compared to the 2 goats that precede him in class. So there again, depending on where you want to place your emphasis, you probably jumble those 3 up a good bit. All 3 really nice goats. I like the combination one that puts things together, has kind of a sheepy look from the outside to go ahead and win. All 3 super nice. Those kids ought to be real proud of those projects. Now, this goat that comes fourth is another one that I think is hard to punch a hole in. I think he's one of the goats that's true and square in terms of his feet and legs. You get your hands on him, he's a little plainer than some that we have in class. You get off to the side of him when he's stuck, you like him. Set him in motion, not one that really catches my eye. Wants to be a little plainer about his construction in his front end. Wants to be a little plainer in the way he blends things together, but it probably doesn't read with quite as much quality in terms of his rib shape and his design from the outside. It's being pretty hard on one that touches good and is good in terms of his feet and legs. Goat that comes next is another one that's big ended, has a great big top. This is one that wants to get a little easy in his top line pretty often. We'd like to see him leveler behind his shoulder. We'd like to see maybe that one a bit better in terms of his balance as well as compared to the remainder of the class. Again, being real hard on one that I think handles very well, and the young lady does a good job showing. Goat that's next, I think one that's a little choppier about his skeleton. Love the product, love the mass. Really need to see this one better behind his shoulder. Need to see this one better in terms of feet and legs when we get in motion. The young man's goat that's next, I think he kind of fits those ahead of him in terms of his look of quality. Probably just doesn't have that pop, doesn't have that power, doesn't have that shape and muscle that we see in those. This one to me reads the least mature and the least ready of that upper end of these goats. Young man in the green shirt, I think that one wants to get a little rounder in his hip, a little plainer in the way he comes together in terms of his front skeleton, but certainly has some quality about his handle, certainly has some good to him from there. I think as we start working our way down this class, we start running into goats that are just skinnier and greener and less ready. I think that those need to be pushed a little harder, needed to have more days on feed in order to sort up and towards the upper end of this deal. Again, real good class, lots of differences. The kids ought to be proud of these projects. Let's give them a hand.
All right, our Class 8 winners. '15th place, Presley Ann Blom. 14th place, Annie Waterman. 13th place, Ryan Maddock. 12th place, Ileana Guattardi. 11th place, Carter Pape. 10th place, Kippy Sterling. 9th place, Kennedy Marlowe. 8th place, Parker Davis. 7th place, Joshua Hans. 6th place, Dobbs English. 5th place, Macy Robertson. 4th place, Parker Davis. 3rd place, Addison Scott. 2nd place, Clayton Reeser. And 1st place, your class winner was Sydney Curry. All right, last call for our our class winners, 1st and 2nd place for class 5, 6, 7, and 8. All right, while our judge evaluates our middleweight division champions and reserve, our 1st and 2nd places, I want to thank our donors again. Los Lomas Land Company, Keith Hallmark and Circle H Well Service, Paisley Possum Printing, Goss Creek Heritage, Reed and Emily Snyder, the Spinrath family, the Upham family, Autumn Sheedy Zeller, Ira Smoot and Survivor Electric, the Weidenfeller family, and Reagan Harris. I want to thank all these folks for all their donations to our show. Friendly reminder that we're still looking for volunteers for the Saturday sale to work in the bar area and the food service areas. You would go to our Facebook page and sign up on the Sign Up Genius, take an hour or 2 hour slot. We would greatly appreciate it.
Well, it's been a real good division. I think these kids have certainly put forth a tremendous amount of work and effort, not only today, but obviously back at the house. I think that these kids are doing a really nice job, and these four that come to the forefront and win their classes ought to be real proud of them. But the same can be said for those kiddos that hold the four that are behind them. And second, another guy judging just as easily could have switched a lot of those pairs. Lots of good stock out here, lots of quality, lots of things for these kids to be excited about in terms of the high quality aspects of their projects. I'll give you a little discussion just in terms of what I see and the differences that we have out here, because we certainly have some differences. I think they're in the lightweights. We had some challenges because the goat that wins that one is awfully stout. He's really wide through his chest. He's big ended, has some advantages just in terms of center body and rib shape. He's really the power option. Is he the prettiest one? No. The goat that was second behind him is the one that's a little more my style in terms of a cool look and design from the outside. That's real level made, but he doesn't have quite enough. So there's some trade-offs between those two, and it may have been that class that I said if you could combine those two animals, that's the one I'm really hunting. But a real neat pair there. The young man's goat that comes in and wins class 2 in this division, I think this one hits me very hard from the 3/4 angle, and I like to sort goats from that angle. As I stand over here, I can see how much mass he has in his leg. I can see how wide he is through his chest. He's pretty attractive in terms of his spine and his body and his look from the outside. When I get right across from him, he holds his body together pretty well when he goes. Really, my only criticism of that guy as compared to some around him, I wish he was a little firmer to the touch. I wish he had a little more pop and expression. Wish he was a little harder handling. Wish he just had a little more down his top. But he's real good made, real good looking from the side. Now, the goat that was second behind him in that class had some advantages from that aspect. He's maybe a little bigger footed. That one was definitely bigger in his loin shape. Wasn't wanting to be quite as good in the way he carried his body when he got around the ring. Wanted to be a little off right there behind his shoulder. Maybe a little choppier about his skeleton and his design when he went. But love him for his handle, love him for the product and the mass that he has. Then in class 3, I think this goat comes in, powers his way to the top of this particular group. I like this one pretty well when he's stuck, but he's not a beauty queen. I think this one probably for me could be a little better in terms of his design. You set that one in motion. I don't like him as much as some out here. He wants to get a little choppy in terms of his skeleton, wants to be a little off in the way he carries his body. You get him stuck, though, he's adequate in terms of his look. And I think, again, his product and his mass, especially over his loin edges, propel him to the top of that particular pair. The young lady's goat that was second behind him. Love the way that one looks from the side. Love his length of an extension through his front 1/3. This guy has some pop and some expression of muscle. He doesn't have near the volume of muscle that we see in that one that stands right ahead of him. We give that one more loin edge. We give him a little stouter feature in terms of foot and bone. I think he sorts on up. Then in the heavyweight class, as we just discussed, a real challenging class that was real deep, that had lots and lots of differences. A real attractive goat that comes in and wins there for me. I think this one's pretty hard to punch a big hole in. Maybe not the biggest featured one. Maybe like to stouten him up just a little in terms of foot and bone, as compared to a couple out here. Maybe wish he had a little more shape in his outer leg. Maybe dropped a little more twist. But in terms of his look and his design from the outside, I like him an awful lot. Like that extension. I like that roundness of center body. I like that athleticism when we go in motion. I like that athleticism in terms of the turn to his center body and his look from the outside. Get your hands on him for one that's that lean. He's got a great big rack and a great big loin, and then ties that together with a cool look from the outside. Young man's goat that was second behind him, as we said in that class, muscle, muscle, muscle. Here it is right here. Lots of product, lots of power. I dig that. I wish he was a little better made. I wish he was a little smoother in his pattern. I wish he was a little cooler looking as compared to a real wild one up front that I think is no slouch when it comes to muscle. So I think they both had some muscle. You probably had the advantage in muscle. You had the advantage in terms of look and design and balance and attractiveness. Real good set, top to bottom. Like I said, different guys go out here, do different things. It's going to take me a second to pick, as y'all probably caught on. I'm not real smart. It takes me a while to go through this, and that's a testament to these kids. They're bringing me good ones. Y'all give them a hand.
All right, our middleweight division winners. Our champion middleweight market goat was Sidney Curry. Our reserve champion middleweight market goat was Preston Robertson. We've got class 9 in the ring. First call for class 10. Class 10. Start lining up.
Well, a nice class. The kids are doing a good job in it. Really like this initial pair. I think there's a few trade-offs, but I think that this one that comes in and wins, that one's got some really extraordinary pieces in terms of the way his hind legs built, in terms of the amount of muscle and true denseness that he offers from the rear view, and then at the same time, one that's pretty darn cool looking from the side. Certainly has a great big rack. I think that that one probably just hits me the hardest in terms of being super high quality, having some good in terms of his look and design, and then having the mass and the stoutness and the power to match it and to propel him towards the top end of this deal. I think if you could make that one maybe a little deeper about his flank, maybe square him up just a little on his loin edges, make him a tick further along in terms of where he is in feeding phase. I think that one gets even better. I like this one a lot when he's stuck. I think he's real cool looking. If anything, he's so long sided, it almost works to his detriment. It's certainly one that's real long and extended through his front end when you get his head jerked up. You set that one in motion. He handles his feet and legs fine. Really like the way he handles his hind leg. Maybe he doesn't keep his body together quite as neat as the goat that's right ahead of him. Part of that is he's so long-sided, he's so long-fronted, makes him a tick awkward when he's in motion. Like to correct him there just a little bit. That's being awful hard on one that trips my trigger pretty hard in terms of muscularity, athleticism, and design. Now, it's predominantly white goat that comes next. I think you push this one real hard. Like I said, I think you carry your spine just a little better when you go around the ring. I think this guy's one that certainly's got some shape. Love the expression of muscle this one has in his forearm, like how wide and stout he is off both ends of his skeleton. Get my hands on this one. He's probably not quite as big over his rack. He's not quite as fresh down his top. You get him off to the side. You don't that at least to me, one that doesn't balance up quite as good, isn't quite as unique as the one that's right ahead of him. But still, that's being awful hard on a real high quality goat like that pair. A good deal. This goat that comes in 3 has some really excellent things about him as well. He's massive footed. He's heavy bone. Obviously, really wide based. When the young man gets his leg in him, I like him quite a bit. Certainly hard handling. He doesn't have that mass. He doesn't have that volume of muscle that we see down his top that the two ahead of him have. But really, my biggest concern on this one is that break behind his shoulders. I think if we could correct him there, maybe lift him up in his tail head just a little bit, just make him better in his top line. I think that one just scoots right on up in class. But again, one that's pretty raw, pretty skinny today. Love his width, love his power. Wish I could make him a little better balanced. Wish I could make him a little better in terms of his top line, especially right there behind his shoulders. From there, the young lady's goat that comes fourth, I think one that's real pretty, needs a scotch more power from behind. Just doesn't have as much punch, doesn't have as much true mass and width. And as we start working our way down from there, I think I just tried to pull these goats essentially in order of top shape and muscularity, and then some balance thrown into that. Lots of good in here. A lot of kids in here that I'm real proud of for all their work. Y'all give them a big hand as they exit.
All right, our Class 9 winners. Olivia Bowden, 14th. 13th was Hopeland Lewis. 12th, Maddie McEwen. 11th, Hadley Huffstutler. 10th, Cody Hill. 9th, Braden Evanson. 8th, Mackenzie Pankratz. 7th, Mason Blom. 6th, Blake Preston. 5th, Ethan Allerman. 4th, Lily Jones. 3rd, Weston Rust. 2nd, Sloan Smoot. And our class winner was Preston Robertson. Got class 10 in the ring. First call, class 11. First call, class 11.
Nice class, and I think some differences to be discussed. I think the young lady's a darker shouldered goat here that comes in and wins. I think that one's the most youthful, the most attractive, the best in terms of his center body and build. The most athletic in terms of his type and kind. I wish we could get that one to just drive a little harder, just so we could see how he looks when he's really engaged. But I think that that one's got a great big loin. He's really fresh. He's really expressive. Super high cut ability. I like the way his rear leg works. I wish he was a little better in terms of his front leg structure. I wish his toes were truer and square. I wish he wasn't. He's on the verge of being bucked over on his knees. I wish we could correct that. But just in terms of his center body and his build, I think that one reads by far the most attractive and the best in terms of his design from the outside for sure. Now, a real stout goat that comes in here and wins in two. I think this one's got some power for sure. And as you view him from behind when he's stuck, there's no doubt he has as much depth in his twist and as much width, stifle to stifle, as anything. Certainly one that's got a great big top. I think when I was a little surprised when I get my hands on him, he's fairly fresh. He's fairly expressive. He's not as heavy in terms of his condition as I assumed him to be from the outside. He's closer to 12 o'clock than I thought. Like his touch, we need to clean him up in terms of his body and his design and his balance as compared to the cooler looking one that's right ahead of him. I wish we could square him up and make him truer in terms of his rear leg. Wants to get pretty twisty legged, especially as we watch him walk away. Young man's goat that comes third has some neat things about him. He does a real good job getting him shown. This one's got a big loin when he's driving him. We get him off the drive and hold him with the chain. He's not as big in terms of his rack. You get around behind him while he's true and square in terms of his rear leg. One that I think to me from the 3/4 angle starts to read a bit plainer and flatter in terms of the turn to his center body. We'd like to make him a little rounder in his rib. We'd like to give this one a little more pop and expression of muscle down the top side of his skeleton. Maybe make him a scotch longer and more extended in terms of his front end. From there, I think we start running into a few that just give up some power and some freshness. I think the goat that comes fourth, I think, is one of the better balanced ones we have in class when stuck. Maybe comes apart a little bit when you set him on the go. A little disappointing in terms of his handle quality today, especially over his loin edge. Young lady's goat that's next is fairly hard to the touch. One of the leaner options we have in class, and I like that for sure. Maybe a little plainer about his chest and his front end, a little narrower through his chest, a little less powerful, not as much punch when you get around behind him as compared to his predecessors. The young lady's paint goat, I think one that's awfully wide in terms of construction. Get your hands on him. He's awfully soft to the touch. We'd like to firm him up, give him more expression and muscle, make him a little leaner. From there, I think we start working our way into goats that probably look real attractive, like the young ladies that's next, but need an extra shot of power. They need some more muscle. They need some more mass in order to compete with the more complete ones ahead of them in this particular group. Good job to all these kids. Another nice class.
First call, class 12. First call, class 12. All right, our class 10 winners. Steele Mangum, 13th place. 12th place, J.C. Mayfield. 11th, Madison Albright. 10th, Penny Weldon. 9th, Tanner Colburn. 8th, Grace Smith. 7th, Danielle Tejeda. 6th, Ruby Smith. 5th, Eden Espenson. 4th, Brady Espenson. 3rd place, Tate Weidenfeller. 2nd place, Mackenzie Marlowe. And your class winner was Macy Robertson. All right, class 12, start lining up. That'll be our final class of the day. We'll have a heavyweight division drive, then an overall drive, and then we'll have our 3 showmanship classes. After showmanship, we'll break for 20 minutes for lunch. For those of you who are just showing goats today and plan to start cleaning up and loading out pretty soon, there are wheelbarrows and scoops around the barn. There's several stacked under the grandstands. So if you're ready to start cleaning out pens at any time soon, please make use of the wheelbarrows and scoops that are under the grandstands and set around the barn. I want to thank everybody for signing up to volunteer for the sale to work in the bar and the food service area. I'm told that we've filled almost all the spots. We just have a few spots later in the evening. So thank you very much. We could get a few more to sign up for the later spots in the evening. We'd appreciate it. But thank you very much for everybody who has signed up.
I think as these goats get a little bigger, a little heavier, some of them are getting a little softer. Some of them are a little too soft for me in terms of condition. That is not the case with the young man, sandy-headed goat that comes in and wins this deal. He's actually, if anything, probably a little on the raw or green side. I think that this guy reads with a lot of quality, though. He's big-footed, stout-featured, has some wit, has some mass, has some design to go along with that mass, though. I think that's the combination goat that takes care of feet, legs, top line design and muscularity, puts it all together in a real neat package. Like that one to win a good deal. This young man's goat that comes second has a great big rack, lots of shape, lots of muscle there, great big loin. He's pretty good in terms of his feet and legs, maybe not quite as well balanced, not quite as level down his top. He's a little heavier in terms of his condition as compared to his counterpart right there ahead of him, but love the muscularity that he brings to the table. Like this goat that comes third in terms of his feet and legs. He's nice and wide. It's pretty true. I like how all 8 of his toes point the same direction. Like how he handles his rear leg. In terms of his handle, this one wants to break a little right there behind his shoulder, wants to get a little easier in his top. One that to me is a little softer than the ones that beat him in class today. He's a little fluffier, a little heavier in terms of his condition. Doesn't have that firmness and that punch that we see in some of these that beat him up here today. Still a nice one, though, that takes care of a lot of the fundamentals. From there, the young lady's goat that comes fourth, I think one that has a great big top. Love the shape that he has, one that really wants to get up in his loin, wants to come apart a bit in terms of his body and his design when we set him on the go. Young man's goat that's next is one that's long and pretty, probably needs some more mass and volume of muscle and product for me in order for him to sort up. We work our way from there. I think we start running into some that get a little too easy in their top, some that get a little softer to the touch than is ideal, others that just need more mass and volume and true product in order for them to get up higher in this particular set. Good job to all these kids. Another nice class. Y'all give them some love as they go.
All right, we've got Class 12 in the ring. Our Class 11 winners. Class 11, 12th place, Julene Bernal. 11th place, Ella Krasinski. 10th place, Casey Oviedo. 9th place, Mason Burrow. 8th place, Maddie Jones. 7th place, Kyla Daniel. 6th place, Brooks Berlin. 5th place, Bodie Berlin. 4th place, Gwendolyn Schmidt. 3rd place, Brooks Davis. 2nd place, Parker Davis. And your class winner was Logan Rust. All right, first call for our heavyweight division drive. Our first and second places in classes 9, 10, 11 need to start making their way to the arena. First and second places from 9, 10, and 11. After our GOAT grand drive, we'll start with junior showmanship. Junior showmanship after the grand drive. On our showmanship classes, elementary age kids are juniors. Middle school are intermediate showmen. And high school age kids are our senior showmen. That's how we'll break up the 3 showmanship classes. Wow, we're still missing Class 10 second place goat. Second place, Class 10. Mackenzie Marlowe, we need your goat for the heavyweight drive.
Oh, here in this class, we've got some big differences, some things that I wish I could put together to make the one that I'm really hunting. I think this black-headed goat has some really good things about him, though. He's high cut ability. He's high quality. Certainly handles fresh. Certainly handles expressive. He's easily the leanest of this initial trio. Like that about him for sure. Love how wide he is through his chest. Love how elevated he is through his front 1/3. Really wish that I could drop this guy on his flank. Wish I could make him a little deeper in terms of his twist, give him an extra just shot of center in order for him to really just run away with the class. We get that one more proportional in terms of his design. We make his chest floor to flank relationship better. I think he wins much easier. Now, the goat that comes in too certainly has that depth of flank. He also has a little more depth of chest to go along with it. He's a little softer over his ribs than is ideal for me, but he does have a great big back. He's really big ended. We just need to make this guy leveler in his top line. We need to make him a little trimmer. We need to make him a little harder handling, but like his feet and legs for sure. Again, got to correct him in his top line. We got to make this guy a little harder. The goat that comes in third has some advantages over our second place, and that he is a little leaner. I like him in terms of his design for the most part. When he does cooperate and will go, I can tell that this one has some good to him for sure. He's pretty big in his pin set. He's pretty hard to the touch. I think ideally though, we'd like to see this one tie his neck into his shoulder a little better. We'd like to see him balance up a little better as compared to some of these we have out here. Certainly one though that's got some good from a marketability and product standpoint. Young man's goat that comes fourth, despite this one's size, this one's almost too skinny. He wants to be a little flatter about his rib. He's a little flatter in his outside leg, and correspondingly, when I get up high, well, he's relatively firm and fresh. He doesn't have near as much shape and volume of muscle as some of the other ones we have. I think another goat, though, that reads with a ton of quality, just not quite where he needs to be. Young lady's goat that's next is long and level, pretty lean, just doesn't have enough punch. And as we work our way down this set, that's kind of the same story over and over again. These goats just don't have enough. They need a little more shape. They need a little more pop and muscle and expression. They need to be better when I come in and touch them. Again, kind of an odd class in terms of the way they look and the way they handle and the way they're designed. That's what you get when you get in these big, heavy ones. Great job to all these kids. Y'all give them a hand.
Okay, our Class 12 winners. 12th place, Mason Burrow. 11th place, Branch Mangum. 10th place, Riley B. 9th place, Isabel Mayfield. 8th place, Luke Heiner. 7th place, Callie Barr. 6th place, Victoria Reeser. Fifth place, Jolie Olson. Fourth place, Weston Rust. Third place, Victoria Reeser. Second place, Macy Robertson. And your class winner was Logan Rust. Our light middleweight division winner, Grand and Reserve. Okay, first call for our lightweight division, Grand and Reserve. Our middleweight division, Grand and Reserve. Start making your way up to the ring. All right, second call for our lightweight division, Grand and Reserve, and our middleweight division, Grand and Reserve.
Oh, it's been a nice division, and these kids really brought me some good goats in it for sure. And similar to the last division, I don't know that a different judge would come in here and sort it obviously exactly the same, and that's why you go to different guys on different days. But I do think that this lineup out here is pretty nice. Really like the lightweight goat. I think that one's really athletic looking, especially when he gets him stuck and gets him right in terms of feet and leg position and top line. That one's pretty special in terms of his design. Really creased up, really expressive. Really like the function and the shape and the way that that hind leg moves on that one. That one's really good. As we criticized him just a scotch in class to make him even better, maybe drop him in his flank a little. He's still skinny, and that's a good thing. I think maybe this guy's so long-sided and so long in terms of his neck that works against him just a little bit. When we set him in motion, I think he wants to hold his head a little lower than his ideal. Maybe he wants to get a little long and a little loose in terms of his top line, but that's a high quality one that's really good in his center body, really good in his hind leg. Certainly well made, and really hits me pretty hard in terms of his design and his type and kind. That one's hard to make. The goat that comes in second there, I think one that's nice and true and square. Maybe not one that's quiet, doesn't have quite as much wow factor. Certainly one, though, that has a great big top, has a great big end, and a nice balanced look. Maybe even holds his top line to get together a little better when you get them on the go. The goat that comes in and wins class 2 in this division, I think there's no doubt in my mind that this is the biggest loin one we have out here. He is really massive. He's really expressive. He's really powerful. Lots of shape, lots of design. That one's pretty cool looking, pretty youthful looking for this division. I think he's pretty good in terms of his rib shape. I wish this guy would engage and drive a little harder so we could get him right in his top line. But that guy's got big ends, certainly got big top, has a pretty attractive look. We can make him a little squarer and truer in terms of his chest and his front legs, maybe make him a little better at his knee. I would like that. The goat that was second behind that one, another great big top, big ended one that probably wasn't as attractive and cool and youthful in terms of his design and his look. One that got a little twisty legged in terms of his rear leg, one that we'd like to see a little better in terms of his hawk to ground function. The young man's goat that comes in and wins class 3. I think that one's got some unique pieces as well. Great big forearm, great big feet and legs, good looking from the side, nice and level made. He's actually one of the greenest goats we have out here, despite being from that 11th class. I think that guy's going to get better as you feed him out. He'll mass up, he'll get even better. Today, I think it works a little bit at his disadvantage. He's not as bold in his center, maybe not as deep in his twist as some we have out here, not as expressive, but he's got a great big hip. He's got a cool look from the side, reads with a lot of quality. Go to a second behind that one, as mentioned in class. Great big rack, lots of shape, maybe a little softer to the touch than our leaner class winner, maybe not quite as neat in terms of his design. Then the young man's goat that comes in and wins class 12. I think that guy's certainly has some neat things about him in terms of being fairly lean, nice and true and wide through his chest floor, like the way he ties his neck into his shoulder. This is one that I'd really like to see dropped in his flank. Like to see that one given an extra shot of power from behind to match all that power he's got up front. Certainly one that's level down his back. Get that one in motion again. I think it just insinuates that he's a little lean, a little hard in terms of his flank. We'd like to drop him there, just give him a shot more power and punch when you get around behind him. Real soft middle one that was second. Great big rack, a little softer to his ribs, a little deeper about his chest, a little less athletic in terms of his touch today. Real good set of 8. Again, my personal preferences are kind of come into play here. I'll shake the hands of the kiddos that hold the ones that I personally like. This has been a real nice division. These kids ought to be proud of their projects. They ought to be proud of the work they put into them because the results have been really nice. Y'all give them a hand.
We need all our division winners, grands and reserves. Our division grand and reserves. First call, junior showmanship. This will be our first call for our junior showmanship class. Our champion heavyweight division market goat goes to Preston Robertson. Our reserve champion heavyweight market goat was Logan Rust. Second call, junior showmanship. Second call, junior showmanship. Start lining up. Please remember, if you're loading out from after the goat show, we need all the help we can get getting these pens cleaned up. You're responsible for cleaning up all the shavings and all the trash in and around your pens. Please help us out. There's wheelbarrows and scoops over underneath the grandstands. If you want to get a wheelbarrow for your shavings.
Well, as we wrap up our Market Goat Show, I know a lot of you are probably headed home after the Goat Show or the Showmanship is over. So I just want to say a big thank you to everyone for having me out to sort your show this year. It's been a ton of fun. I've got to see a bunch of high quality stock, and you know I am no doubt a livestock enthusiast. I love to look at good ones. I mean that's what I do every day. When I get home, I go look at our stock. I try to make them better. I enjoy looking at quality livestock. I enjoy evaluating them. I enjoy seeing one that gets my heart going a little bit in terms of, man, that one's good made. That one's high quality. That one has some good pieces. And while I mentioned I am a livestock enthusiast, I think my enthusiasm for the stock to a degree pales compared to my enthusiasm for the quality of young people that you're raising here in your county. Super set of young kids. I've enjoyed talking to them. I haven't seen a single frown all day. I haven't seen someone get mad yet. I haven't seen someone show any unsportsmanlike behavior. What a great group of kids. Y'all give them all a big hand. I hope that these kids realize how important this project is, and it's not just because the animal husbandry side of it. I think that that's a huge deal. We need to learn about livestock. There's a lot fewer of us guys like me that are actually raising our meat products today. So I want you guys to learn about livestock, and I want you to learn about animal husbandry, and I certainly want you to learn those lessons about work ethic and effort and what it takes to win. And sometimes you're not going to get your way. Sometimes things aren't going to go your way. You got to keep your nose down when you win and your head up when you lose. Okay. Life's going to knock you down. You've got to be ready for that. And projects like this will help you cope with some of the stuff that you're going to see later in your life. All that said, while I hope you're taking away all those things, another thing that I'm really going to stress right now is I hope you guys don't take for granted the time that you're getting to spend with your families. That is precious. You won't always have those people in your life. You won't always be as close to them geographically. You won't always have that day to day interaction with your parents, with your brother, with your sister. I hope you guys are loving on them. I hope you're having a lot of fun. I hope this is a project that truly builds our family. And if you do these projects the right way, if you do them the right way, you will be blessed by the good Lord for your efforts. Y'all give them a big hand and I'll pick your winners. In terms of the stock, I think the lightweights are pretty similar. Really like this goat that comes in and wins the lightweights. I think that one's pretty hard to make. I think that one is good in terms of his feet and legs. I thought he was slightly smoother pattern than the goat that's right behind him. I think that one has some eye appeal and some balance, and then he's a stout rascal, especially for a lightweight division winner. I think that one's pretty hard to punch a hole in. I think he's got some really neat things about him. Certainly big back, certainly big ended, but at the same time reads with quality from the outside. Goat that was second or reserve in that division, fairly similar in type and kind. Another wide base, big ended one. I think that one may actually have the advantage in terms of rack shape. Really like the way that one touched. You step off the side of those. I think the young lady's goat that was reserved, one that doesn't tie in as good at his hip loin junction, one that wants to get just a bit easy in his pastern, probably not quite as ready, not quite as smooth in his pattern as compared to our division winner there, but another one that's real high quality. Honestly, I've had the opportunity to judge a bunch of big ones, and those two both get a look when they go down the road. They will catch someone's eye. You'll be maybe not in the hunt for the class, but you're going to be in the hunt. You're going to be in there, and you're going to be making waves. Okay, so y'all keep showing those. Those are really nice. Then we come into that middleweight division. I thought that division was one of the more challenging ones to sort because there were so many different types and kinds in that specific drive. Young lady in the red brought the one to me that was the most complete. I thought that one balanced up extra good. I thought he was really hard and firm handling, high cut ability, elevated in his chest, attractive about his hip and hind leg. I'm not going to lie and say that that's the biggest ended one out here because he's not, but he's more than adequate from that aspect. If you wanted to change that one, maybe stouten him up in terms of feature, foot and bone just a little, make him a little bolder and stouter in terms of his rear leg and upper hip. But that's a good made one that's really nice from the side. She does a heck of a job making him propped up, getting him propped up and making him look cool from the outside. The reserve in that division, creased up, big ended, flexible one that handled his body well when he went. Probably not as much punch, probably not as much tone and definition when it comes down to it in terms of handle quality, maybe not as dead level and attractive from the side. Then in the heavyweight division, as I talked that one, I think that one's relatively hard to make. I think that one's super good in terms of his hip and hind leg. I don't know that he's quite as ready as some goats we've seen today. I think that one, you drop his flank just a little, you make him a little more stouter, you make him a little better right there at his hip loin junction. He just gets even harder to beat. I think that that's a really athletic one that, as I mentioned, I love his shape to his hip and his hind leg. He's great big rack. Lots of freshness, lots of expression. He's pretty darn high quality. I'll put it like that. That one's got lots going for him. Lots of good things to look at on that one for sure. Gotha was second behind him, a reserve, big-footed, heavy bone, real lean for as big as he is. Like how level he is. That one reads with a ton of quality for with me to me today. I think that he's got so much good in terms of his design. You get your hands on him. Love how toned and expressive he is. Love how high cut ability he is. Probably doesn't have the readiness and the punch and the total volume of muscle that we see in some of these others that we saw later down in that particular division. Real good set. Again, just my personal preferences today. Thank y'all for letting me get to do what I want to do and not what I have to do. Good stock. Y'all give these kids a hand.
Right, our grand champion, Market Goat, goes to Preston Robertson. Our reserve champion, Market Goat, goes to Truett Tucker. Do we have all our junior showmen? Everybody wants showing junior showmanship in the ring? Last call, junior showman. First call, intermediate showman. First call, intermediate showman. Just a reminder, don't forget, you need to clean out your pens before you leave. Not just some of the shavings, all of the shavings, and any trash in and around your pens. Don't forget, we checked you in. We have your names and your pin numbers. So if you don't clean out your pen, we may have an issue at the sale on Saturday. We've got your names and your numbers. So please clean out your pens.
A really good, strong group of junior exhibitors. Think these kids are doing a real nice job as a whole. I'm told I picked two out here. Real tough to pick just two, but I think these kids are doing a nice job, and a bunch of those that aren't going to get an award today are pushing those that do get an award awfully hard. Sophia is the young lady to my far left. Sophia, you're doing a nice job. You got a good smile. Let me tell you, good eye contact with me. You're getting that goat's head up. I would say let's work on getting him to drive into you a little bit, make him a little push a little harder, and you'll be in better shape. Tegan's the young lady in the block here that's next. I would say you're doing a real good job. You've got a lot of ring presence. You've got a lot of know-how. I would say that make sure and get that guy stretched out, get his top down just as quick as you can. You'll be in business. Sam's the young man next here in the UT orange colored shirt. Man, you're doing a good job in terms of eye contact with me, and you're getting his head up. I would say let's work on making sure that that goat stands true and square in terms of his feet and legs. Okay, let's make sure that I get the best look possible, whether from behind or from the side. All right. Cole's the young man here in the corner. I would say, Cole, just be careful. Don't be afraid when you do get in a corner like that. You feel like you're getting a little covered up. Don't be afraid to just come on back here, okay? Now, don't do that right when I'm about to place you or something like that. But in this setting, no big deal, okay? So don't be afraid to do that. You're doing a good job in terms of feet and legs. You keep them nice and wide. I would say be careful not to overstretch that guy, okay? We want those front legs straight up and down. That'll get you the best look possible in terms of building balance from the outside. Maddie's the young lady next in the floral shirt. Maddie, I think you're doing a good job of eye contact as well. I would say let's work on getting that one's head cranked up a little bit, getting him to engage a little bit, meaning he needs to drive into you just a scotch. Kendall's the young lady that's next. Kendall, I like your hand placement on that goat's head a lot. I'd work on getting his top down, okay? He wants to roach up in his spine. Let's work on getting his top down, and that'll give that one a better look from the outside. Is it Drew? Is that right? Drew is the young lady here in the black. Drew, I think you're doing a good job of getting that one hard and firm. When I come in and touch him every time, he's always rock solid, okay? But let's work on getting him to push into you and get his front end up. He wants to suck back instead of pushing into you. That's your challenge with that particular one. He's kind of acting like a goat sometimes, you know? We got to work on that just a little bit. Brooks, right? Brooks, I think you do a real good job in terms of getting this one true and square in terms of feet and legs. Okay. I like that a lot. I think you typically have that one's head cranked up the right way. I would say don't be afraid to take advantage of a little bit more of his body length. That's really the only big criticism I have here. I like the way that you drive him hard. I like the way that you switch sides. I like the way that you gave yourself a little room on either side of you. So if something goes askew, you can move up. Definitely a good thing there. Lots of quality in terms of your overall package for sure. McKenna's the young lady that's next. McKenna, I would say let's make sure we get that one with his rear end out a little bit more, okay? Anytime you have their rear end facing away from the judge, it makes them look like they have less muscle back here. So if you'll get him square with the line, make him look like he's a little stouter, all right? But I enjoyed visiting with you, and I like how you keep his head up, and I like how you have good eye contact with me. Parker's a young man next to the green stripes. I think, man, you're doing a good job of getting that one true and square in terms of feet and legs. Let's get that one to push just a little harder when I come in and touch him, okay? And let's work on getting his top down just a little bit. Presley. Got it. Okay. Presley, I would say you're doing a real nice job of getting his head cranked up. That one wants to be a little easy on his top, meaning he wants to get like this. Let's make sure we get his feet stuck and let's get him to engage. He'll drive a little harder. That should help that top out just a little bit. Okay. That would be my suggestion for you. Louise, kind of the same thing that I told Cole when he was over here in the corner. Okay. You get a little covered up. Unless it's just in a weird situation, don't be afraid to just move out and get in a better spot, okay? That would be my one thing that you might consider when you end up in a spot like that. I would say don't be afraid to get around in front of that one and really crank on him, get his top down and drive. But I love how you get his head up, love your eye contact with me, and I love how you make that one lead really well for the most part. A young man in the blacks next to Clayton. Clayton, man, I think you're doing a good job of getting that one to drive. He's always real hard when I come in and touch him, but he's kind of one of those that wants to suck backwards a lot of the time, okay? So typically he's hard enough when I come touch him, but we've got to get him to push forward into you, get that head up on top of his shoulders. That'll make him look a lot better from the profile. Mason's the young man next in the Paisley here. Mason, I'd say let's work on getting his head cranked up on top of his shoulders. Let's get his back leg square and true, and that'll give you a better look from the profile. Lila Kate, right? Lila Kate's next in the purple. Lila Kate, you're doing a good job of getting them hard when I come touch them. I like how those typically drive. I would say another just be careful. Don't let them fade away from the judge, okay? Make sure that back end is at least square with the line, if not out just a little, so we avoid that appearance of a little lighter leg. Weston's the young man in the black here. Weston, man, you're a hammer. You do a really good job in terms of showmanship. I love the way you drive them. I love the way you have your hands placed. I like the way that you take care of business when they're moving too. You're going to be one that's hard to get around in this deal for sure. Charles is the young man that's next. I think, man, that you're doing a good job in terms of getting that one's top line fairly right. I'd say that one's a long-sided goat. You can get a little more out of him. Let's stretch him out just a touch. Let's get his head cranked up and really drive into him, okay? Luke's the young man here in the plaid that's next. Luke, you're doing a good job of getting that one extended. Typically, he's driving fairly hard. Sometimes he wants to do what he's doing just right now. He wants to get overextended, okay? We got to be careful that we don't do that. Let's put him back together just a little bit. Work on getting his spine down. That'll give him a better look from the outside. William, is that right? William's next. William, you're doing a good job of getting that one pretty firm when I come touch him. When I get off to the side of him, we got to stretch that one out a little bit, okay? We got to take advantage of his length of body, really show him off from the side. So I like how you get him driven most of the time when I come touch him, but let's pick him up, stretch his front end out so we get to see how good he looks from the side when I come out here and I'm perpendicular to him. Brooks is the young man that's next with the doe kid here. Brooks, you're doing a good job of eye contact for sure, and I like how you get that one's head cranked up. Let's get her to engage and push into you a little more. Every now and then you might even have to get down there and kind of scratch that one's belly because she wants to get a little easy in her top, okay? That'd give that one a better look from the outside. We've got another Weston here that's next. I think, man, you typically do a pretty good job of getting them driven. I would say let's work on getting our body in a little better position. Let's get your foot out from between the 2 feet of your goats, and let's point that foot a little bit towards me, and then let's get our hands on the side of his head and push back into his head a little bit. That'll make him look better when he get out to the side of him and when I come touch him. Shelby's the young lady with the black-headed goat that comes next. Shelby, I would say on that one, let's work on getting that one's head cranked up above his shoulders. Let's get that one to engage a little bit, meaning get him to push into you while you push into him, and he'll handle better. And then Chloe is the far right. I think Chloe's doing a good job in terms of top line for sure. But let's make sure that we make them wide through their chest, not just wide off their back too, because especially when I'm standing over here at the 3/4 view, don't forget that I'm evaluating how wide they are through their chest, not just off their back too. Real good set of kids. I've got to pick two. It's going to be tough. Y'all give them a big hand. I'll pick them in order of your champion first and your reserve second. Real tough decision here. I think there's 4 or 5 really in the hunt. I'll pick your winners.
Our, our champion junior showman, Weston Rust, and our reserve champion junior showman, Tegan Smoot. First call, senior showman. First call, senior goat showman.
Once again, we've got a great group of kids that are really giving it their all. I know they're tired. They've already showed several times today. They're doing a good job. Their teammates, in terms of their stock, are cooperating for the most part. And I think that these kids are really pushing those that I'm going to have to pick here in just a little bit for your champion in reserve in this respective age group. I think these kids are doing a good job overall, though. Want to visit with them again real briefly about what I see individually. Dean's the young man in the black, the far left. I think, man, you're doing a real good job of getting that one cranked up and really looking the part. That one typically moves out for you. I like how you're adaptable. If he dances around a little bit, you get him set right back in a hurry, make him really look the part from the outside, really touch back really nice when I come in and touch him. I think you're a real complete showman for sure. Kennedy's the young lady that's next in the purple. I think you're doing a good job in terms of keeping that one pretty level about his spine. I'd like to see you drive him a little harder, maybe get his head just a little higher up on top of his shoulders. But I like how true and square typically you have him in terms of feet and legs, and I like your eye contact with me. Mackenzie's the young lady in the black that's next. Mackenzie, I'd say that one, for as big topped as he is, I'd want you to get around in front of him and see if you can get him up just a little bit. He wants to run downhill just a little bit. If you can maybe do that, might polish him up a little in terms of his look from the profile. Love how hard he is when I come in and touch him. Let's make sure he stands true and square off his back legs at all times. William is the young man in the blue that's next. William, you do a real good job of cranking that one's head up. I would say, like right now, I'd go ahead and get in him. If you got everybody around you driving, if you're not, a lot of times that makes them look lighter in their legs. Let's go ahead and get them driven. But you do a good job of getting that one cranked up. You do a good job of making him look really nice from the side. The large majority of the time, I think you're one of those that's doing a nice job in terms of being just a pretty complete showman and putting it together in a pretty neat package. Tinley's the young lady that's next. Tinley, I think you're doing a nice job of getting that one's head up. Typically, the way he ties his neck into his shoulders right, and typically he stands fairly true and square. All of you guys right there in that corner, don't be afraid to move around. Y'all are a little tight. I would like all of y'all to have left a little more room for yourselves, okay, in case you needed to scoot up. But that's little things. I think y'all are taking care of the big stuff pretty well. Just make sure that your teammate's willing to stand for a long time, Tinley. Make sure that he doesn't move around, and let's make sure that those back legs are set true and square at all times if we can. Victoria is the young lady that's next. Victoria, again, you're kind of getting covered up a little in the corner. Don't be afraid to move if you need to. I like how you got that one's head cranked up. I wish that one would drive a little harder when I come touch him. Sometimes he wants to be a little bit lazy for you, okay? Let's get him to engage. Sloan is the young man that's next. Man, you're doing a good job. You're doing a real good job. Like the way that you get those animals cranked. I like the way that they handle when I come in and touch them. I like how you make sure that they're nice and square and true, especially through their chest. I'm not just looking at back legs. I'm looking at how much width we have up front. You do a good job of taking care of that and making them look well balanced from the outside. Bodie's the young man that's next. Bodie, I'd say let's get that one stretched out just a little more, okay? He's got more body length than you're giving him credit for. Let's get him extended, get him to drive, get him engaged just a little bit. Sarah doing a good job of making that one get his head up. Typically, you have them pretty well balanced from the outside. I wish that one would engage and drive just a little bit harder. It looks a little bit like he's pulling back. I don't know if he is or not, but it looks a little bit like that sometimes. But there you go. I like the way that you make them so rock solid. I like the way you always have them set right in terms of the rear leg. Real good eye contact, real good showmanship intensity, I guess you'd say. Jonathan, the young man is next. I would say, man, for you, let's work on straightening up a little bit, getting around in front of that one and getting his head up on top of his shoulders. That'll make him look better from the side. Give me a better look at him from the profile. JR is the young man that's next here. JR is doing an excellent job. Really like his eye contact. I've really enjoyed my interaction with him today. I can tell that's a great young man, and he's got him a nice project there. He's really putting forth a ton of effort. Lots of good things going for JR. Tucker is next. Tucker, I would say, kind of like I talked this goat in class, he always looks like he's wanting to suck back on you, okay? We've got to get that one to engage and drive forward into you. That'll make him look so much better from the side. But you always take care of feet and legs. They're always square. You're always working to get him there. He's just fighting you a little bit, okay? But I like the basics for sure. Eliana is next. Eliana, I would say let's make sure that we get that one up, okay? He's right now, he's wanting to slouch down in terms of his front end. Let's get his head true in line with his body. Remember, just like you, if you're on your pillow and your head's turned, you automatically want to straighten up. So let's get his nose in line with his spine so he's not in pain. Let's make sure that he gets stood up. He'll look better from the profile, okay? Eden is the young lady that's next. Eden, you do a good job of getting him driven pretty hard. Let's work on getting that one's top down a little. He wants to come up in his top just a little. We make him relax in his top line. I think he'll look a little better from the profile. Really like your intensity. Really like how true and square you keep them in terms of feet and legs. Really like the way that you take care of business in terms of ring basics. Mason's the young man to my far right. Mason, I'd say that goes super long-sided. Let's take advantage of it. Let's get both sets of his feet true and square. Let's get him to engage a little harder in terms of the drive, and you'll be in better shape. Once again, super set. There's a couple out here that I prefer, and I'll tell you guys, I'm not super nitpicky on showmanship. If you make a little mistake here or there, that's not the end of the world to me. What I'm looking for is the kid that can get it done, because where it really matters is in that show earlier. And if you don't think that showmanship matters in a big ring setting, you're crazy. It matters so much, because if I can get a good look at one, it makes all the difference in the world. And these kids are doing a great job of that. I think there's a couple of young people out here that have put it together a little better, that I would never hesitate to hand one that I was getting ready myself. Y'all give them all a big hand. Really like their work.
Last call, senior showman, senior showmanship. Last call. All right, I just want to thank our sponsors for the Goat Show one more time. Los Lomas Land Company, Keith Hallmark and Circle H Well Service, Paisley Possum Printing, Goss Creek Heritage, the Snyder family, the Spinrath family, the Upham family, Autumn Sheedy Zeller, Texas Farm Bureau, Ira Smoot, Survivor Electric, the Wadfeller family, and Reagan Harris. Thank you again for all your sponsorships and your donations. Reminder, we need you to clean up your pens. Make sure your pens are clean before you leave. At the conclusion of the sheep show, we're going to need help tearing down all the pens. They've got to come out tonight. So all you parents and teenagers that can hang around and help, all directors and junior directors need to be here to help tear down pens. We've found a debit card in the barn. It's a Wells Fargo debit card. If you lost your debit card, come up to the sheep and goat stand.
Well, here in the senior showmanship, things don't get any easier. These kids have done a really nice job. I'm not going to talk to every one of these seniors. Guys, let's face it. If you're in the senior division, I hope you know what the goals are. I hope you know what you're supposed to be doing. And if you don't, that's okay. If this is a relatively new project, but I'm just going to make the assumption that the majority of y'all have shown for a few years at least. have some ideas of what you need to be fixing, things you need to be working on, and so on and so forth. These kids are doing a really nice job. This is a good group of seniors, and I hope that some of you younger kids are out there watching, because there's some of these out here that I suspect, anyway, have been a good example for you throughout your career so far, because there's some seniors out here that are really doing a nice job. Really putting things together in a really good, complete showmanship package. Kind of like I've said before, it's very challenging for me to come out here and pick just two. This is a big class. There's lots of you. I'm not getting to watch each of you 100% of the time. So some of y'all on the stands may see something that I don't in terms of mistakes. But like I mentioned before, I'm not as in tune with who makes mistakes as I am with who gets it done. I want someone that plays offense. I want someone that makes me notice their goat for the right reasons. I want someone that shows their animal like he deserves walk-up music, whether he does or doesn't. I think that there's kids out here that do that. I'm going to pick your champions, but I will say just real quick before I do what I mentioned about the little kids, and I hope that they're watching. All you guys that are a little older, you be aware that those little kids are watching, and they're not just watching when you're out here. They're watching when you're in the stands. They're watching when you're at the football game, or you're at church, or you're wherever it may be, school, and they are paying attention to what you older kids do, and they're going to mimic you, okay? They're going to say the things you say. They're going to do the things you do. You guys have reached the age of accountability, all right? It's time to step it up, give them something that's a good example. Y'all give all these seniors a hand, because I know they're going to do that. Once again, great job to all the kids. Really enjoyed the Market Goat Show. I've enjoyed the showmanship. Really proud of these kids. It's been a blessing to me to get to interact with such a great group. I hope you guys have enjoyed the show today. And I hope you guys, again, have enjoyed the time that you spent with your loved ones as you prepared for this event. Hats off to all of you here in Kendall County for a great show. I'll pick your winners of senior showmanship. Y'all have a blessed day.
All right, our champion senior showman is Sidney Curry. Our reserve champion senior showman is Jayton Smoot. We're, we're going to take a 20-minute break. Start with class one of our market lambs. 20 minutes. All right, Southdown exhibitors, start making your way this way. First call, Class 1, Southdown Market Lambs. If you're driving a gray F-250 that's parked on the east side of the barn under the awning, we need you to move it. Oh, I bet. All right, if you're driving a gray F-250, Ford F-250, and it's parked under the awning on the east side of the barn, we need you to move it. We're trying to let these folks drive around, get their trailers out. Gray F-250 on the east side of the barn under the awning. Please move it. The dumpster at the north end of the barn by the big door, that's only for shavings. So please don't put trash or trash bags in it. The big dumpster by the back door on the north end of the barn is for shavings only. All right, second call, first class South Downs. I should have 3. Lampkin, Crowder, and Sawyer. First call, class 2 South Downs. First call, class 2 South Downs. Second call, Class 2 South Downs. Second call, Class 2 South Downs. Should have 6. Sawyer, Schultze, Kenny, Craig, Neal, Lance.
Well, a real nice Southdown weather to start off here, the sheep show. I think that that's a good combination type sheep that's got some balance and some attractiveness about him from the side. And then you get around behind him and he can back it up with some mass and some power too. He's pretty big in his upper hip, real fresh and expressive down his top. He ties that muscularity together with a high quality look from the outside, both when he's stuck and in motion. A young lady sheep that comes in two. I think one that's big footed, pretty heavy bone, a sheep that I think balances up relatively well when you get out away from him. Come in for close inspection, and I think that this one's a little too plain in terms of his touch and handle. Ideally, I'd like to see him fuller and fresher in his loin. I'd like to see him a little more powerful in terms of his rear leg. Young ladies goat sheep rather that rounds out this three. I think for me, this one probably has some advantages over the second place sheep in terms of his upper hip and in terms of the tone and definition he offers down his spine. We'd like to see this one deeper in his twist, though. I'd like to see this one just have more center body and width throughout his skeleton. I'd like to see him hold his skeleton together a little better as he goes in motion. Again, 3 nice lambs. These girls are doing a real good job. Y'all give them a hand, please.
First call, Class 3 South Downs. First call, Class 3 South Downs. Class 3 South Downs, please line up. Schultze, Merkins, Lux, Hanson, Schultze, Grinwelge. Class 1 winners. Third place, Alexis Lamkin. Second place, Kalen Kreider. And first place was Close Sawyer.
A nice class of Southdowns here. Really not one in here that's got anything major wrong with it. Do think the young lady sheep that sorts up though does so with some relative ease. I think that that one's just the best in terms of his build and his design from the outside. I like his chest floor to flank relationship. I like his top line. I like how this one handles his rear leg. I think that's a pretty high quality one just in terms of his general build and functionality of skeleton. He's a little lazy as he walks around the ring, but he's sound. And I think that that one has some added eye appeal and balance. You get off to the side of him. Come in and touch him. He's no slouch. I think that one's got some big pieces. I think he's got a great big rack. I think he's about right in terms of his loin. Still nice and lean today. Just a quality sheep that brings lots of good things together. Real powerhouse kind of a sheep that comes in too. I think this one maybe is a little rounder out of his hip. I think he's a little coarser at the point of his shoulder, a little more jammed up in terms of his design. And that kind of shows when he goes in motion. That said, he's big, he's stout, powerful ended kind of a sheep that's got lots of mass and muscle. Probably doesn't put it together in as neat a picture and package as the young lady sheep that wins the class. A young lady sheep that comes third, like this one pretty well when he's stuck and he handles well. When he set this one in motion, he wants to get up in his top. He wants to dip in his hip. We'd like to change him just a little bit in terms of the way he holds his body together when he goes. But that said, this one's for sure got some product. He's for sure got some into him, and he's got a pretty nice look when the young lady gets him stopped and gets her leg in him for sure. From there, I think the young lady sheep that comes fourth, I think this one's pretty hard to punch a hole in just in terms of feet and legs and his design. You get your hands on him, though. This one's a little disappointing to the touch. He doesn't have much shape or expression today. We'd like to see that guy with more pop, more punch from behind. Need to see that one creased up just a little more for me, particularly in this set. A young lady sheep that comes next, one that's super long and extended, probably just runs out of horsepower when you get her around behind him. Like to see this guy stouter in terms of his rear leg. Like to see him wider in his pin set and truer from hock to ground. Young man sheep that rounds out the class has a surprisingly big top, and I like that about him. He's nice and lean too. This one cut falls off just a little bit in terms of balance and proportionality. Don't really like the way that this one ties his neck into his shoulder and doesn't blend into his top line as well as some of the others. That said, being pretty hard on 6 nice sheep, I thought these kids did a real good job. Y'all give them a hand, please.
Class 2 winners. 6th place, Coy Lance. 5th place, Miranda Kinney. 4th place, Victoria Neal. 3rd place, Emma Schultze. 2nd place, Camden Sawyer. And 1st place, Kaylee Craig. All right, I need the 1st and 2nd places in the South Downs lined up.
Once again, a pretty nice set of sheep without major holes in them. I think the young lady sheep that sorts up, I think that one kind of powers his way to the top. He's really big ended, got lots and lots of shape when you get around behind him, like his hind leg posture a good bit, like how true and square he is from hawk to ground. Pretty attractive when you get off to the side of him. Maybe like to polish him up just a bit in terms of his shoulder, pick him up in his chest floor a little. And he's maybe not the best hided one, but he's got a great big top, a great big end, sure square and level out the top side of his hip, really big in terms of his upper hip. Again, lots of product and a pretty attractive package from the outside. Again, you trim that one up just a little bit. I like him even more. Young lady sheep that comes in too, I think he's a higher cutability option, but he's one that for me is significantly narrower in his pin set. That gives up some shape and some pop and some power when you get around behind him. He's a little flatter in his lower portion of his rib, just doesn't have the total mass and volume that we see in that real stout one that's right ahead of him. Sheep that comes in 3 is another high quality option that's got some cutability, advantages in class. You step around behind him. This one's got some crease in his leg. Maybe doesn't balance up as good as others in the class. You get your hands over his loin. This one doesn't have quite the pop and the expression and the width that some of the others above him in class do. And then you get around in front of this one, studying through his chest. I wish he was just a little more opened up and powerful there. Young man sheep that comes forth, I think one that for me gets a little rounder and more conventional in its type and kind. That said, has some product and some muscularity for sure. Young lady in the yellow here has one that's super long and super level made. One that for me needs to be a little deeper in terms of his flank. One that needs to be a little stouter in terms of his rear leg and have more muscle and shape, especially when I come in for close inspection and handle that one over his loin edges. Young man sheep that rounds out the class, one that's a little off in terms of his build and his balance, doesn't have as much pop and expression and punch when you get down to it, especially when viewed from behind. Good set again. I can tell these kids have been working hard. Y'all give them a hand.
First call, Class 1 finals. Class 1 finals. Class 4 lightweight finals. Class 4 lightweight finals.
All six very nice class representatives out here in your Southdown Drive. I think all these sheep have some merit for sure. Young ladies, lightweight class winner, kind of a combination type sheep to me. I think that one reads with some muscularity and some stoutness, but at the same time, pretty darn attractive from the outside. Like him in terms of the way he handles his hip and hind leg and the way he handles his spine when he goes. I think he reads with some athleticism about his general build. Young lady sheep that was second behind that one got a little narrower from behind, didn't have the pop and the mass and volume of muscle that we saw on the top side of our class winner. Then in class two, I thought this is a real long-sided sheep, almost so long-sided it works against him a little bit. This one wants to get a little easy right there at his hip-loin junction. We'd like to fill him in there, give him a little squareness there on the upper portion of his hip. That said, that one's real extended through his front end, pretty nice and square in terms of his feet and legs, and handles very well today. The sheep that was second behind that one, a little coarser version. I think this one's a little off in terms of his shoulder. I think he's a little rounder out of his hip, but I love him for his stoutness of feature. I love him for his power from behind. Certainly one that's got a great big top. Then you come in here in the heavyweights. I think this is a real power sheep for sure. Like this one's hip and hind leg a lot. He's got a great big end to him, really muscular on the top side of his body. I think that this guy's got a fairly attractive look, maybe not quite as trim and upfronted as some that we have in here today, but he's certainly one that you got to love for the product and the mass and the center body that he brings to the table. A real stout one that still has an acceptable look from the outside. A young lady sheep that was second behind that one, a little plainer in his rear leg, a little plainer in terms of top side volume, but certainly one that has some advantages in that class in terms of cutability and is pretty well balanced when the young lady gets her leg in him. Again, real nice set. I think it's really my preference here, not something I have to do. I'll go out and shake the hands of the kiddos that hold the two that I like in the order that I like. But just all you kids that showed us out there, I'm proud of y'all, proud of all your work. Y'all give them a hand and I'll pick your winners.
All right, I need class 5 fine wheels lined up. Class 5 fine wheels lined up. South down was Chloe Sawyer. Your reserve champion South down was Southern Hanson. Class 5 fine wheels. We're missing 2. First call, Class 6 Fine Wolves. First call, Class 6 Fine Wolves.
A nice lightweight fine wool to come in and win this class. I think that one balances up pretty good. Certainly reads with some quality from the outside. If I could change that one, maybe like to blow him out just a little bit in terms of his center body, make him a little stouter in terms of his rib, but he's real level down his top, handles his feet and legs well, certainly looks the part from the outside. And you come in and touch him, he's got some pop and some muscle and some expression to him for sure. Young lady sheep that comes in too. I think this one's really lean, certainly hard handling. He's got quite a big rack. He's got quite a big loin. Probably one that for me needs to balance up a little better. Doesn't handle his spine as well as I'd like him to. Maybe is a little off in terms of his rear leg, but certainly one that's got some muscularity and some stoutness. A nice pair, young ladies. Congratulations to y'all.
Class 6, second call. Class 6 Fine Wolves. Class 6 Fine Wolves. All right, Class 4 Lightweight Fine Wool winners. Second place, McKenna Jareski. First place, Madeline Merkins. First call, Class 7. First call, Class 7 Fine Wool Sheep. Heavyweight Fine Wool Sheep, Class 7. First call.
Well, a class that's got some good to it for sure. I think the young man sheep that comes in and wins, I think this one's the most ready to go in terms of his touch and his look. I think he's a pretty big ended one that's got a big top and has a real nice look from the outside. I like the way he handles his spine, and I like how level he is in his hip. I like the set of his tail, and I like the things that this guy puts together for me in both terms of touch and look. A sheep that comes in two, I think this one's probably a little better and truer in terms of his rear leg. He's probably got a little more shape to his outer leg. I wish this guy was a little leaner. I wish he tied his neck into his shoulder a little better, was a little wider through his chest, a little more bold in terms of his rib. Still a nice sheep that overall I think is built pretty darn well and has some good to him for sure. Sheep that comes in three is really good in his spine. I like how level he is for sure. I think this one's running out of gas in terms of power and readiness today. Get around behind this one. He's pretty shallow in terms of his twist. He doesn't have much shape in his upper hip and his outer leg as compared to the two that are a little further along right ahead of you in class. Like I said, though, that one reads with some good from the outside for sure. From there, the young man sheep that comes next, I think this one's got some base width. I think this one struggles just a little bit in terms of his spine. He wants to be a little flatter about his rib, a little deeper in terms of his chest. The young man sheep that rounds out the class is no slouch. This is another one, though, that I think gets up in his spine a little too much for me. I think this one probably could use a little extra shape and pop and expression of muscle and just sheer volume of product as compared to others we have in the class. Again, real nice set of five that could be jumbled up just about any way you want to. Good job, guys. Oh, four nice sheep in this class. I think there's some differences, though. The young lady's lamb that sorts to the top for me, I think combines the most good that I'm looking for just in terms of structural integrity, levelness of design, balance, and eye appeal, and then touch as well. I think that guy's obviously got some width to him. He's got some stoutness to him. Really likes the advantages he holds in class in terms of his top line design and the way he carries his spine when he gets around the ring. Not to say he's perfect. Maybe like to shove that one up in his chest floor just a bit, expand him in his rib a little. But I love how square and true he is out in terms of his hip and hind leg. I like the power that he offers. I like the look that he offers from the outside. Sheep that comes in two has some EST things that you can say about him. He is probably the biggest ended. I love the stoutness that he brings to the table. Really like the shape to his outer hip or an upper hip. I like the power that he has from there. I think one for me wants to work up in his top pretty good when we get him in motion. I'd like him to travel better. I'd like him to lay better in terms of his spine when you get him stuck. That said, love the hip shape on that one. Love the end shape on that one. Would like to put it together in a little better package in terms of top line and look from the outside in terms of levelness. But he does hold the advantage in terms of elevation in his chest. And I think he's a little stouter and bigger ended as compared to your sheep that precedes you in class. Real nice pair there with some good trade-offs. Now, the sheep that comes in third is no slouch. I think that this one has some good things about him, too. He's a firm handling one that's got a pretty big rack and a pretty big end. I think as compared to those two that beat him in class, he's a little narrower in his pin set. He's a little frailer at the surface. Gives up some true mass and significance in terms of his center body as compared to those two. But that's being pretty hard on a sheep that handles his spine well, is lean, is hard handling, and looks pretty nice from the outside. The sheep that comes in fourth, I think this one just gets a little outpowered today. That said, this is another sheep that I think is nice and level in terms of his hip. If we could just make this one bigger in his rib, bigger in his pin set, and a little bigger ended, I think he sorts right on up in class because he's not way off in terms of quality, just not quite there yet today. Got to stouten him up a little. Good set of four. Great job to these young ladies.
All right, we need all our first and second place fine wolves. First and second place fine wolves. Class 6 fine wool market lambs. Our winners: Rose O'Brien, fourth. Third place, Sarah Segaro. Second, Addison Alt. And first place, Camden Sawyer. First call, Class 8 fine wool crosses. Class 8 fine wool crosses. First call.
Nice pair of heavyweight sheep here. I think the young lady in the red has the one that's just simply more three-dimensional. You get around behind that guy, he's bigger in his pin set. He's wider, stifle to stifle. He's got more mass and shape in terms of his upper hip. And the same could be said as you work your way up his top. I think that guy's just bigger and bolder when it comes to the shape that he offers on the top side of his skeleton. Pretty attractive when you get him stuck. Set that one in motion. He wants to get a little up in his spine. I'd like to correct him there. Maybe one that's starting to show his age just a touch. I want to be a little flatter about his lower rib, a little deeper than is perfect for me. But I think that this guy's got lots of good to him just in terms of his general build and functionality of skeleton, especially when you read him through his rear leg. Again, he ties together some stoutness with some look from the outside. Sheath that comes in second, I think this one's got some freshness. I think maybe he's a little more youthful in terms of his chest floor. Get around behind this one, though. I question whether he's got enough to beat the one ahead of him. He's just a little flatter and plainer in terms of his leg. He doesn't have as much total volume and mass in terms of his center body. Both nice sheep. Good job to these young people.
Last 7 winners. Second place, George Grinwelge. First place, Claire Cadell. Got our fine wool drive in the ring. Class 8 fine wool crosses. Second call.
A pretty nice sheep out here for sure. I think the young lady's lightweight, as discussed in class, one that reads with some quality in terms of his design and his balance and his levelness of spine. Certainly one that handles his feet and legs pretty well. Obviously not the stoutest one out here at that lightweight, but this guy's still got some muscularity and some power to him, and he ties that together with a pretty nice look. The sheep that's second behind him, I think this is one that wants to get a little up in his spine, wants to be a little plainer in his touch and handle as compared to his counterpart ahead of him in class there. Then in class 2, I think a sheep that had some advantages in terms of levelness, in terms of readiness when you get your hands on him. I think this guy's pretty big ended. He's pretty big top, nice and level in terms of his hip. Get around in front of him. Maybe one that I'd like to see with a bit more width. Maybe one that I'd like to see with more shape in terms of forearm. But you like this one in terms of the overall package that he puts together. Sheep that was second behind him, I think maybe one that's a little truer in terms of the shape to his outside leg. A sheep that's pretty level down his top and pretty good behind his shoulder. We could change that one. Maybe like to trim him up a bit. Maybe like to change the way he puts his neck in at the point of his shoulder just to scotch for us today. Then in class 3, I think a good complete kind that comes in there and wins. Like the width he has through his chest, like the width and power he offers off his rear too. Super level and good in terms of his spine. I like that a lot. Like how this guy gets around the ring and handles his body, whether he's stuck or in motion. sheep that was second behind that one, as discussed in class. Maybe the biggest ended one we have out here. Love him in terms of his hip and his hind leg. Wish that he could get his spine down. Wish that he was a little bigger and bolder in terms of his top shape as compared to the sheep that's right ahead of him. And again, if we could correct him in terms of his top line, I think we'd be in better shape in that particular class. Then in the heavyweights, I think a sheep that comes in and wins there that's obviously big-footed, heavy bone, and has some stoutness and power. As mentioned, he's pretty three-dimensional. You get around behind him, he's got something to him for sure. I think maybe, again, one that's showing his age just a little flatter and plainer in his lower portion of his rib. Maybe not as good in terms of his loinage as he could be as compared to some of the sheep that are out here today. One that was second behind him, maybe a little more youthful up through his chest as compared to his counterpart that beats him. But you get around behind that one, I question whether he has enough like to stouten that guy up in terms of his rear leg and upper hip in order for him to succeed and win that class. Good job to all these kids. 8 nice sheep. I'll shake the hands of the kiddos that hold the two that I like the best. But this has been a good show, and I appreciate these kids and all their work. Y'all give them a hand, please.
We're looking for Jeffrey Morrison, Class 8 fine wool crosses. Jeffrey Morrison, Class 8 fine wool crosses. Champion fine wool, Camden Sawyer. Your reserve champion fine wool, Claire Cadell. We're still missing Jeffrey Morrison, Class 8 fine wool cross. First call, Class 9. Class 9 fine wool crosses. Class 9, we need you lined up. Class 9, final wheel crosses. Please come line up. All right, I need Lila Morrison, Bree Morig, Claire Cadell, Tate Weidenfeller. Oh, I got Tate. And Coy Lance. Coy Lance, Cadell.
Nice little trio of lightweight crosses. I do think the young lady in the red has the one that hits me the hardest by a significant margin. I like this guy. He's quality. I think this guy's got some look and some balance and some muscle to go along with it. Certainly one that, despite being lightweight, has a big top, has a big end. I think that one will just get better with time. He handles his feet and legs pretty well, gets around the ring pretty well. I think that one's just very high quality and put together, very much like I like them to be. The sheath that comes in 2, I think that this one ideally would be deeper in his flank and bigger ended, but he's got some shape for sure right there behind his shoulder. He's a long-sided, pretty level one. The young lady sheath that rounds out the class, I think that this guy's really good in his hide. He's got some expression in his muscle shape. He is really, really raw and green today, especially when you handle him over his loin edge. I think that this is a sheath that's going to get much better the longer you feed him. He's just going to stouten up and get better right there at that hip loin junction. And I think you'll do really well in the lightweights as you gain just a little more mass and a little more volume, a little more readiness with that particular one. 3 nice sheep. Let's give them a hand.
Right, our Class 8 fine wheel cross lambs, our winners. 3rd place, Aubrey Morig. 2nd place, Jeffrey Morrison. 1st place, Kira Sawyer. Class 9 is in the ring. I need class 10 lined up. Weidenfeller, Neal, Schultze, and Grinwelge. Class 10, Final Will Cross. Please come line up. There you go. All right, please don't forget, we need you to clean out your pens. If you're loading out or about to load out, we need your pens clean. All your trash and all your shavings in the dumpsters. We also need help taking down the pens at the conclusion of the Lamb Show. All you dads and teenagers, we need help after the Lamb Show getting these pens taken down so we can set up for the sale. I think we still have a few volunteer spots left to serve in the bar area for the sale in the evening between 7 and 8. We're down to just a couple spots left. We appreciate everybody signing up on the Facebook page, Sign Up Genius.
Real nice class, and I flat dig the one that wins. That's a good sheep, man. I like him. He gets a look anywhere he goes. That is a super high quality one that reads really right in terms of his feet, his hind leg, his spine, the way he gets around the ring, and the way he carries his body is exceptional. Really like the stoutness and power that he has, but at the same time, that's easily the most athletic sheep we have in class. I think that one reads really, really good. The sheep that comes in second, I think this is obviously the stout option in class. He's really big-ended, really powerful, got lots of mass and volume in terms of the top side of his skeleton. In comparative terms to our class winner, a little coarser about his shoulder, a little plainer in his overall build and design. Doesn't have that extreme look, that athletic design that we see in our class winner. Young lady sheep that comes third, very similar and of the same cloth in terms of just good, high-quality livestock that comes in three. I think he's getting a little outpowered as compared to the sheep that stands right ahead of him. I think he's getting a little outlooked in terms of the sheep that wins the class. That's still being awfully hard to put a sheep that nice to go in the third hole. Again, if we could just make him a little stouter, we think think probably scoot him on up in there. That's another good one that rounds out that top three. From there, the young man sheep that comes fourth, he's a little smaller in terms of his outline as compared to those three, but this guy's big ended. He's certainly one that's got some foot, some bones, some shape down his top. Maybe like to make this one a little neater in terms of his chest floor. Maybe like to make this one a little better in terms of his spine. Young lady sheep that comes next, I think, is one that reads with some quality in terms of his look and his design. One that to me wants to get a little easier in his top than his ideal. One that I'd like to see with a little more mass and pop and expression in terms of his rear leg. The young man sheep that comes next is one that for me needs to be bigger and stouter in terms of his rear leg, needs to be bigger in his pin set. And the young lady sheep that rounds out the class is kind of similar. And then I just like to expand him in terms of his center body, give him more pop and expression, give him more center shape. Good job to all these kids. Real nice class.
All right, your Class 9 Fine Wool Cross Market Lamb winners. 7th place, Bria Morig. 6th place, Coy Lance. 5th place, Lila Morrison. 4th place, Tate Weidenfeller. 3rd place, Claire Cadell. 2nd place, Riley Kidder. And 1st place, Braden Stenberg. First call, Class 10 Hair Sheep. First call, Class 10 Lightweight Hair Sheep. Start lining up. First call, Class 10 Hair Sheep. First call, Class 11 Hair Sheep.
Real nice pair of lambs on the top end of this deal. I think the young man sheep that sorts up for me just has the advantage in terms of upper hip shape, width, stifle to stifle, and power when you get around behind him. He's really bold through the center of his skeleton. He's really big and fresh and expressive in terms of his top shape. I think he has the advantage in loin edge and power there. I think that's a pretty stout one, but at the same time, he's fairly attractive in terms of his build and his design. Handles his feet and legs and his spine well enough as he gets around the ring. Young man sheep that comes second opens with a great big rack behind this blade. I think he has similar to our class winner, and then he's got good turn to his rib. He's good in terms of his body shape and design and handles his spine well, whether he's stuck or on the go. We just need to make this one a bit stouter and more powerful in terms of his hip and hind leg as compared to the extra big ended one that comes in and wins the class. Now, the young man sheep that comes third is a little smaller outlined, a little deeper about his chest, but he's got a great big top and a big end. He's got some quality to him for sure. I think that this guy could probably use just an extra scotch of the look and design as compared to those two bigger sheep that are right ahead of him, but still a very nice lamb. A young lady sheep that comes fourth has some squareness to his rear leg, has some squareness to his hip, probably doesn't have the shape and muscularity needed to sort up in this particular class. And then the young lady's lamb that rounds out the class, one that for me wants to be a bit too narrow in terms of his stance off his rear legs, wants to be a bit narrower in terms of his pin set. Good job to all these kids, 5 sheep. Oh, this has been a good breed, no doubt. Lots of quality sheep that we've seen, and I think that these class winners and respective seconds are all good sheep for sure. Young lady, lightweight. I think one that's pretty high quality. I think that that one's handles good. I think he looks good. I think he put some things together. Despite being one of the obviously the light sheep in the class or in the division, I think he still reads right. I think he looks good from the side. I think he reads like one that's got some stoutness and some power, but at the same time, he's got some quality and look and design to go along with that stoutness. Sheep that comes in two there, I thought that that one had a nice long extended look that was pretty level out of his hip. Needed to be stouter and more powerful from behind. Needed to drop his flank and be fresher and better in terms of the top side of his skeleton. Then in class two, I think a true athletic one that comes in and wins there. I really like this guy in terms of his look and his build and his design. He's no slouch. Doesn't disappoint me at all when it comes to handle either. I think that guy's pretty big ended, pretty big top, but at the same time, he ties that muscularity together with an awful good skeleton. That one gets around the ring really, really well. The sheep that stood second behind that one, definitely a power option. A great big massive hip to that guy, really big in terms of his rear leg, lots of shape down his top, maybe a little coarser at the point of his shoulder, a little less balanced as compared to his counterpart that beats him in class. Then in the heavyweights, really massive ended, big topped one that comes in and wins there. I think that this guy's a little starting to show his maturity just a little bit in terms of his rib, in terms of his front 1/3. But that guy's massive and big in terms of his end. He's got so much width, so much power from behind. Really a big loin, big ended one that's got a ton of product and then a pretty attractive look to go along with it. Sheep that was second behind that one is one that's fairly good in terms of his body. I think he opened with a ton of shape behind his shoulder. He's real big and fresh and expressive there as compared to the sheep that beats him. One that needs to be bigger in his pin set and wider and stouter in terms of his rear leg. That's being pretty hard on a sheep that's very nice, handles the spine well, and reads good from the outside. There's a bunch of nice ones out here. I'll shake the hands of the kiddos that hold the ones that I prefer in the order that I prefer it. But good job to all the kids that showed a fine will cross today.
Okay, our Class 10 Fine Wool Cross Market Lamb winners. Fifth place, Danielle Neal. Fourth place, Mackenzie Neal. Third place, Tate Weidenfeller. Second place, George Grinwelge. And first place was Owen Schultze. Your champion Fine Wool Cross Lamb was Braden Stemberg. Your reserve champion Fine Wool Cross Lamb was Kira Sawyer. All right. Our first class of hair sheep is in the ring. Class 12, we need you lined up. Class 12, hair sheep, we need you lined up.
A stout little sheep to come in and win this first class of Dorpers or hair sheep. I think that guy's obviously got a great big top and a big end to him. At the same time, he's one of the best or the best balanced sheep we have out here by significant margin. I think that one just reads with the most quality and good in terms of his feet and his legs and his build and his overall design. A sheep that comes in two, I think one of the other level made sheep we have in class, but one that really needs to have more pop and shape and expression down his top. The young man sheep that comes third has some volume of muscle, especially as you handle him over his loin edges. One that is compared to those that precede him in class, though, probably could use a little extra balance and build and attractiveness about him in order for him to soar up. From there, the young lady sheep that comes next is one that wants to be a little too flat in terms of his leg and his rib for me. And the young lady's lamb that rounds out the class, I think this one's just the greenest and the rawest and has the least shape over his loin. Good job to all these kiddos.
So class 11 hair sheep. Your winners were Lillian Kniper, fourth place. In fifth place, fourth place was Rosalind Kniper. Third place was Mason Burrow. Second place was Trip Ray. And first place was Sydney Curry. Class 13 hair sheep, please line up. Class 13 hair sheep, we need you lining up.
real high quality to come in and win this particular set. Like this sheep an awful lot in terms of his design and his build. While he's the prettiest and the most attractive and the best in terms of his spine, he's also the stoutest, and that's a pretty deadly combination in the sheep deal. I think that this guy's really good in terms of his hip and his hind leg, like the way he carries his spine, like the look he offers from the outside. And then again, you come in and touch him, he is all there. Great big rack, great big loin, really firm and fresh without being too heavy in terms of his condition. Now, the sheep that comes in second, I think this is another nice one, a good looking one that certainly has some balance and some design to him from the outside. Set that one in motion. I don't know that he's quite as neat in terms of his general build and makeup as the one that wins. Get your hands on him, and while he's certainly plenty stout, big-ended, he probably doesn't have that sheer mass and volume and stoutness that we see in that one that's directly ahead of him in class. I think those are a nice pair, though, both real high-quality type lambs. Sheep that comes in three is one that really surprises me. This one wants to round out of his hip, get up in his spine just a little bit when he goes. When the young lady gets her leg in him, I think he looks pretty attractive from the outside. You get your hands on him, he is all there. He's got a great big rack, a great big loin, has some shape to his upper hip. We just need to make him better in terms of his skeleton and his balance in order for him to compete with that top pair. Young lady's painted up sheep that comes next, I think, is one that's good in terms of his general build and design. I think he's pretty fresh, pretty wide based off both ends. I think he's one that's pretty correct in terms of the way his feet and legs work and the way he carries his spine. Ideally, this one just needs to be better in terms of his top side shape and power and tone. He's one that wants to be pretty soft for me today, one that doesn't have as much pop and expression and punch as those that beat him in class. Still a nice lamb, though, in terms of his general makeup. From there, I think we run into a sheep that has some power and some shape, but doesn't have the outside leg that we saw in those that are ahead of him. Isn't quite as smooth in terms of his general pattern. Young man's predominantly white sheep that comes next is one that's really level out of his hip, but one that for me wants to get too plain right behind his shoulder. Doesn't have as much rack shape as I'd like to see. Sheep that rounds out the class, another long-sided one that's fairly level made. Again, this one just needs to be a bit stouter for me, especially as I read that one on the upper portion of his hip. He needs to be a little bolder and stouter in terms of his pin set. Good job to all these kids. Real good class.
Class 12 market hair sheep. Our winners were seventh place, Jacob Hoy. Sixth place, Diz Reeves. Fifth place, Carter Hoy. Fourth place, Brooklyn Raleigh Barrett. Third place, McKenna Jaretsky. Second place, Sydney Curry. And first place was Cord Matkin. We have class 13 in the ring. We need class 14 lining up. Class 14 hair sheep, please line up. want to take a minute to thank all of our donors and sponsors for our Market Lamb Show. Our Grand Champion Market Lamb Buckle is sponsored by Sam and Kim Peters in memory of Ray Rust. The Reserve Grand Champion Market Lamb Buckle is sponsored by Randy Ames and Sheep Eye Genetics. Our Reserve Champion Our Champion Senior Showman Buckle is sponsored by Keith Hallmark, Circle H Well Service. Our Intermediate Showman Buckle is sponsored by or donated by Gerald Wilkie. Champion Junior Showman sponsored by James Bradley. Champion Fine Wool Market Lamb Buckle sponsored by Justin and Lauren Stumberg. Our Champion Crossbred Market Lamb Buckle is sponsored by Goss Creek Heritage. Champion South Down Buckle is sponsored by the Schultze family. Champion Medium Wool Market Lamb, sponsored by Bernie Business Monthly. And Champion Hair Market Lamb Buckle, sponsored by Becca and Dutch Short. Our Reserve Awards, Reserve Champion Senior Showman, sponsored by the Schneider family, Reed and Emily Schneider. Reserve Champion Intermediate Showman, sponsored by Brian and Cindy Carr, Bernie Farmhouse. Our Reserve Champion Junior Showman, also sponsored by Brian and Cindy Carr and Bernie Farmhouse. Reserve Champion Fine Wool Market Lamb, sponsored by James Bradley and family, James Aaron and Carson Bradley. Reserve Champion Crossbred Market Lamb, sponsored by Bonnie Dennis. Our Reserve Champion South Down Market Lamb Award was sponsored by Mark Schultze. And our Reserve Champion Medium Wool Market Lamb Award, sponsored by Kevin and Brandy Burkholder. And our Reserve Champion Hair Sheep Buckle is sponsored by the Mark Schultze family. We want to give all those folks a big round of applause for donating all of our awards.
Well, I got to tell these kids, top to bottom, the best class I've seen today, all species, just in terms of depth, good ones all the way through. Not a bad sheep in here. It's really hard for me to find you guys that get pulled towards the front part of the class and put you down low. That's hard for me to do. Because this is a good set, lots of quality in here, lots of good things to talk about in all these sheep, whether you're last or first. Congratulations to all these exhibitors. I think the young man in the green has the one that's the most my kind. I think that one's athletic. I think that one's trim and good through his front 1/3. And I think that probably lends itself to him winning the class. I think he's got an advantage in terms of the way he's sculpted out through his chest plate. I like the way that he has some elevation in his front 1/3. He's got a great big top. He's got a great big end, but he's not the heaviest muscled sheep in class. But he's got plenty for me. And I think his added benefits of balance and proportionality propel him towards the top end of this particular set. Now the power option comes in too. I think this one's really big ended. Like he's really stout, like his hip, like his hind leg. Set this one on the go. He handles his body fine. He's one that wants to drop a little bit in his chest, wants to push out in his breastbone, his breastplate as compared to our class winner. So there's some differences there. Do you want the real pretty one that's real good through his front 1/3, or do you want the one that's ultra stout and really big ended? I prefer the one that's a little more tucked up, but that's a really good pair of high quality sheep in 1 and 2. Now 3 is really, really stout. This is the biggest ended one we have in class. One of the bigger topped ones we have in class. I think for me, this one wants to take it a little extreme. He wants to be a little coarser about the point of his shoulder. He wants to run downhill too much in terms of his front 1/3. We'd like to just pick him up there. We'd like to smooth him up there, make this guy just a little more flexible as compared to the 2 that beat him in this particular set. The young man sheep that comes in 4, I think, has some really neat things about him. He's really hard and muscled and lean. I think this guy wants to work up in his top pretty bad when he gets in motion. We'd like to fix him there, maybe level him out of his hip just a bit. I'd also like to give this guy a little more fill and flank to make him more proportional from the side. Now, this chromed up sheep that comes next, I think this is one that balances up pretty good in terms of his design. He's one of the more proportional sheep we have in class. I think maybe for me, handle quality is what gets him in this spot here. I think he just doesn't have that pop and that expression and that tone and definition that we see in those sheep that are above him in this particular set. And that's not to say he's light muscled, because by no means is he light muscled. He's just not handling as good and firm and fresh as some of these others that we see out here. Also a little smaller in terms of his outline. The sheep that comes next is one that I like a lot when I come in and touch him. He drives him hard. He's got a great big rack. He's got a fairly big end to him. We set that one on the go. This is another one that wants to really drop out in terms of his chest, wants to push forward in terms of his breastplate. Then you watch him track off of his rear too. He wants to be a little less confident in terms of his rear leg. He wants to be a little plainer in terms of the shape to his outer leg. Sheep that comes next is one that's good in terms of his length of body and his spine, ties his neck in well at the point of his shoulder. He wants to become plainer over his loin edges as compared to the sheep that beat him in class. I think this guy wants to be a little plainer behind his shoulder as well, just doesn't have that mass and that crazy shape and expression of muscle that we see in those above him. Predominantly white sheep that comes next. Really hard to put a sheep like this in this last hole. I think that this one's really good in his spine. I think he's pretty attractive when the young lady gets her leg in him. I think that this one falls out for me in terms of his pin shape. He wants to be pretty narrow there at his tail head. I'd like to expand him there, give him a little extra mass and volume. This is one I'd just like to see cracked open a little bit as compared to a lot of them in the class. Again, I've had to be really hard on some high quality sheep that in another class would have rose towards the top. Good job to all these guys. Y'all give them a hand as they leave.
Class 13, Market Hair Sheep. Our winners were Grayson Slayton in 8th place, Hayden Harbor in 7th place, Peyton Neal in 6th place, Rael Sakula in 5th place, Reed Schultze in 4th place, Emma Schultze in third place, Sydney Curry in 2nd place, and Cord Matkin was your class winner. Class 15, Market Hair Sheep, we need you lined up. It's the last hair sheep class. Class 15, come line up. First call, Class 16 medium wolves. First call, Class 16 medium wolves.
Another nice class here. I think this predominantly white sheep that starts has some really unique things about his front 1/3, like the way he ties his neck into his shoulder and then blends that shoulder into the rest of his spine. He's pretty good in his spine. He's good in his body. Certainly a great big topped one, big ended one. Where I question this one a little bit is when we set him on the go, when you watch him walk off his back too, gets a little bit outside of his body, lets a little boat in his hock. We'd like to correct him there, but it's awfully hard to get around one that's built that good in terms of the rest of his body. handles that good, I think that's still a very nice sheep. One that comes in 2, I think this guy's got a great big top. Love the expression of muscle he has in his forearm, like the turn he has to his rear leg. You get your leg in him, I think that this guy looks the part. You get him in motion, wants to come up in his top just a little bit. We'd like to correct him there, like to clean him up in his chest floor and his breastplate just a little bit as compared to a real attractive front end one right ahead of him. Both very nice sheep. Sheep that comes third, I think one that's lean, one that's hard muscled, one that's certainly level made, probably giving up just a little extra center body as compared to the 2 stouter options that rise above him in class. The painted up sheep that comes next is one that I like in terms of his general functionality of skeleton and build. One that for me, though, needs to be better in terms of his touch. He's just a little plainer down his top. He's a little softer over his ribs. Doesn't have that pop and expression of muscle that we see in those that beat him. The young lady sheep that's next is one that wants to be a little narrower in his pin set, a little plainer in terms of his shape right there behind his shoulder, and is wanting to push out in his chest a little too much for me. Then the predominantly white sheep that rounds out the class, one that wants to break pretty bad right behind his shoulder. We'd like to fix him there. Good job to all these kids. Another real nice class.
Your winners in class 14, market hair sheep. 6th place, Alvaro Galvan. 5th place, Sidley Langer. 4th place, Luke Barrett. 3rd place, Diz Reeves. 2nd place, Reed Schultze. And 1st place was Cord Matkin. We need all our 1st and 2nd place hair sheep. All our 1st and 2nd place hair sheep start lining up.
Well, here in our heavyweights, I think we start out to have to watch these a little bit. Some of these are getting a little too far gone in terms of cutability for me. I think the young man sheep that comes in and wins, though, does so pretty handily. I think that guy's lean, he's firm, he's fresh, he's expressive, pretty attractive in terms of his general build and design. Certainly one that's got a great big end to him. Nice and true in terms of his rear leg. Got some quality about his spine and the way he carries himself around the ring, and then has some big time handle quality advantages in this particular set. Real nice lamb to win. From there, the sheep that comes second, I think this is as big racked as one as we have in class. Maybe one that for me I'd like to see with just a little more design and eye appeal and balance as compared to the one that beats him in class. He's not near as big in terms of his rear leg as compared to our class winner. Young man sheep that comes third compared to our second, maybe has an advantage in terms of in shape. One that for me that was getting pretty soft to the touch. We'd like to firm him up, freshen him up, make him more acceptable in terms of his cutability. The young lady sheep that's chromed up here, I think one that's got some neat things about him just in terms of the way he gets around the ring. He handles his feet and legs pretty well, but he wants to get a little plainer in terms of his rear leg shape. And similarly, when I get my hands on him, he's relatively plain down his top. He's another one that's starting to be a little softer to the touch than is ideal. It's predominantly white sheep that's next is one that wants to get a little off in terms of his rack. Doesn't have the shape and the squareness that I'd like to see there. Young man sheep that's next, I think one that for me is a little narrower in his pin set, a little off in terms of his balance and his eye appeal from the outside. Then the sheep that rounds out the class, I think has some good things about him just in terms of width, in terms of stoutness of general structure, but one that for me is getting really heavy in terms of his condition. We really need to trim that one up in order for him to move up in class. Good job to all these guys. Real nice class again. Good job.
Your Class 15 winners. Will Thomason Jr., 7th place. 6th place, Samuel Lux. 5th place, Jack Barrett. 4th place, Claire Barrett. 3rd place, Carter Hoy. 2nd place, Jacob Hoy. 1st place, Owen Schulze. Class 16 medium wools. We need you lined up. Class 16 medium wools.
Well, folks, this has been a really strong breed in your lamb show here. Lots of good sheep out here in the drive. Lots of good sheep that were down lower, even in their classes. Lightweight sheep is one that's really good in terms of his top line. He's big ended. Certainly got a great big shape right behind his shoulder. Maybe a little deeper about his front 1/3 and coarser in his shoulder than some out here. But that one is really good in terms of his spine. He's really good in terms of the way he's built off his hind leg, and certainly one that's got a lot of product to go along with a pretty nice look. The white sheep that was second behind him, real level made, but needed more shape behind his shoulder. Then in the class 2, I thought that one was pretty unique in terms of his build. Good, sound-legged one that's good in terms of his look and is attractive, but at the same time, he's chock full of muscle and power. The sheep that was second behind that one, maybe not quite as good in his overall design, but certainly another one that's got a great big top, a great big end, and certainly a high-quality show sheep look to him. Class 3 winner, one of the more elevated, extended kind out here. I think he's one of the cleaner made ones in terms of his chest and his front end. I really like that. Certainly one that's still got some mass and some volume. Not the biggest ended, but certainly a big ended sheep that's got lots of product to him to go along with a super attractive, high quality look. The sheep that was second behind that one, a sheep I really like. I think that this one's another one that's good in terms of his hind leg. As I talked to him in class, I think he probably had the advantage just in terms of sheer mass and oomph when you get around behind him. That one's probably not as good in terms of his front end, probably not as good in his overall build and design, but certainly one that you gotta love in terms of his power and his touch, one that really handles good today. The predominantly white sheep that come next is one that has some really cool things about him. I think that one's real good in terms of his front 1/3 and his rib shape. His front 2/3 of that one's body are very, very hard to make. Get around behind him, and while he's powerful, that one wants to bow out his hock outside his body. We need to correct that in terms of his rear leg. The sheep that was second behind him, a little off behind his shoulder, maybe not quite as dead level down his top, but another high quality one still that I think handles with some good and some shape and some muscularity and stoutness, and combines that with a good look from the outside. A sheep that comes in and wins the heavyweight class, as we talked him there, I thought that was the big ended, big top, high cut ability, high quality option that comes in and sorts to the top for me with relative ease there. Like that guy for how lean he is. I like that guy for how youthful he is for his size and his weight. Certainly a big ended, big square made one that's got lots of good to him. Up close or far away. The sheep that was second behind that one wants to push out in his chest just a little bit, wants to be a little softer to the touch and a little plainer in terms of his outside leg as compared to some that we have out here. Again, real nice set. When they're this deep, I really get to do what I want to and not what I have to, and that's always fun. I'm going to have to take another look, and I'll pick your champion, and we'll bring in the reserve in for contention, and we'll go from there. But thank you guys for bringing me such a good set in this breed. Y'all give every kid that showed a door for a big hand, please.
We need class 17. Class 17 lined up. Class 17 medium wolves. We need you lined up. Your champion market hair sheep goes to Cord Matkin. Your reserve champion market hair sheep goes to Cord Matkin.
Well, here in our lightweight medium wools, I thought the sheep that sorts up for me had some advantages in terms of levelness and design and balance and eye appeal from the outside. And then also when you come in and touch them, that's the biggest rack, biggest loin. When I wish that sheep was maybe a little bolder through his rib, a little wider through his chest, maybe a little stouter at the surface, but that's being hard on one that's nice and attractive from the outside, good in terms of his lines and gets around the ring pretty well. Sheep that comes in second, one of the bigger ended options we have in class, but this sheep wants to be a little plainer and rounder out of his hip, wants to be a little off in terms of his touch and quality in terms of handle today. Sheep that rounds out the class, fairly level made. One that for me, I'd probably like to just see wider through his chest, bolder in his rib, and see this one with a little more shape and expression and muscle in terms of his rear leg as compared to the sheep that stands right ahead of him. Good set of three. Good job to these kiddos.
We need class 18 lined up. We need class 18. First call, class 19, medium wolves. First call, class 19, medium wolves.
Oh, in this class, I think we've got a nice stout blue sheep that comes in here and wins. Certainly one that's great, big top, big ended. I like the power option that he brings to the table. Maybe one that for me, if we could drop him in his flank and polish him up in his shoulder just a little, would be better. But still one that you got to like for his width, got to like for the way he kids around the ring in terms of his rear leg. Great big top, lots of product to go along with a nice look. A real but well balanced sheep that comes in too, but one that's a little flatter and plainer in terms of his forerib and his forearm. We'd like to see this one with just a little more punch, especially when you got right behind him. Like to see this one deeper and stouter in his twist. Like to see this guy with more shape to his outside leg as compared to a sheep that wins. One that rounds out the class is just extra skinny and green today. Probably one that for me just needs to be a bit bolder through his center body. Needs to have a little more muscle and shape up high. Good job to these three young ladies.
Class 16 medium wools, your winners, Jake Jaretsky, Andolin Hunter, second place, and your first place lamb was Will Thomason Jr. Class 17 medium wool market lambs, your winners, Andolin Hunter was third place, second place was Miranda Kinney, and your first place lamb was Claire Cadell. Class 19, we need you lined up. First call, class 20. First call, class 20, medium wools.
Oh, really a good class of medium wools. Lots of differences out here. I think really depending on where you want to place your emphasis, you probably jumble this up some. And obviously, I had to take a while to decide which way I wanted to go. Ultimately, it comes down for me which one of these is the best in terms of their general build, which one hits me the hardest when they go. And by some margin, that's the young lady sheep that starts. We set this one in motion. I think that he's the most correct in terms of his chest floor. I think he's the most correct in terms of the way he carries his spine, and certainly the most correct in terms of the way he carries his rear leg. He's biting her a little bit, not wanting to drive quite like he should at times, and that kind of throws me off. But I think that this is one that for me certainly checks all the boxes in terms of one that can get around the ring, look high quality, takes care of the basics. I come in and touch him. He's got a great big rack. He's high quality in terms of the turn to his rib. He's big ended. He's athletic. And I think that athleticism is what really gets him up there and lets him win for us today. The sheep that comes in two, I think this one has the top advantage. He is huge in terms of his back shape. Really love the rack shape that this one has. Really love the power that this one has on the top side of his skeleton. Where I question this one is in terms of his rear leg and his way he moves with that rear leg. You set this one on the go. I think he's cool looking in terms of his front end, despite being a little coarser at the point of his shoulder than the sheep on either side of him. But he's up fronted. He's real round in his rib, and I love his rack shape. I love the power that he offers there. He's pretty powerful in terms of the top side of his hip. He really wants to take a short, choppy stride. We'd really like to correct that, for me at least, in order to get him to move up and actually take the class. That's still a very, very nice sheep. Sheep that comes in three is super interesting. He's got some cool things about him. Probably the best in terms of just his spine and the way it lays into him. And he's real smooth at his shoulder. He's also smooth in some negative ways, though. I think this one's just a little softer and plainer. He's a little deeper in his front 1/3. And he's certainly, as you get around in front of him and study him through his chest, he's the plainest in his forearm, the plainest at the base of his chest. You get your hands on him, one that's smooth handling, but doesn't have as much turn and shape and mass as the two that are right ahead of him in class. Still a really interesting one that's really unique in a lot of ways. The sheep that comes in fourth is one that I like a lot in terms of his handle. He's simply not as ready as those three that beat him today. You get around behind this one, you start to question, does he have enough compared to some sheep that are a little further along in terms of their feeding phase? Need to drop that one just a little bit in his flank. Need to stouten him up, and in terms of his rear leg, you do that, and I think he plays easily with these guys. Need to square him up in terms of his rear leg, though, make him a bit better and stouter back there in order for him to play with those. But he's still super high quality, and again, even as skinny as he is, that one's got a great big top and some things that I really like about him. Still a super high quality sheep. The blue sheep or silver sheep that comes in next, I think one that probably for me isn't as good at the top of his hip. He's not as good in terms of his touch. You get right over his loin. We'd like to see this one with fresher and fuller. Then the young lady sheep that rounds out the class, one that just wants to pinch a little in his hook bones, from hooks to pins rather. One that wants to be a little narrower in terms of his general construction and build. Once again, real nice class. Lots of neat differences there. I thought these kids did a good job. I apologize for taking too long. Y'all give them a hand.
Right, your class 18 medium wool market lambs. Your winners were sixth place, Kinsley Cups. Fifth place, Paisley Doggett. Fourth place, Riley Kidder. Third place, Sarah Foster. Second place, Southern Hanson. And your first place lamb was Dylan Stumberg. Class 19 is in the ring. We need class 20 lining up. Class 20 lining up.
Again, a very, very nice class. Really like the pair that's at the top of this class. I think that those are both super nice sheep. I think there's a little bit of give and take there. I think when you set them in motion, the young man sheep that sorts up wins for me just because he's so good and athletic when he goes. I think he handles his body really well. I think that one handles good. I think he's got plenty of shape and power. Maybe has just a little bit of an advantage when it comes to keeping his shoulder correct as he goes in motion. I think he's just got a little more balance and eye appeal for me, especially when we get him off the drive and set him on the move. Young lady sheep that comes in too, I think he has some advantages though too. I think this one's perhaps just a scotch longer in terms of his neck. I think perhaps he's just a bit bigger in terms of his pin set and his rear leg. He's got a lot of mass to him. He's got a lot of good to him. I think he's very similar in type and kind. Maybe not quite as perfect in terms of his top line, maybe not quite as good in terms of his shoulder when we set him in motion. I think you go back and forth all day on those two, or at least I do. Like them both a great deal. The sheep that comes in 3 has some really cool things about him. I think he's super long sided and super level made, pretty attractive to his front 1/3. I think where he falls out of bed in this particular deal is when you get behind him. He's just not simply doesn't have as much product. He doesn't have as much power. He's not as true and wide and square off his back too. But that's still a really nice sheep that balances up good, takes care of top line and takes care of business from the side really, really well. I think that's a really nice trio. Sheep that comes 4, a really interesting one. I think that this one is just obviously chock full of muscle. There's no doubt that's the heaviest muscled sheep today. He is massive over his loin. From there's some things that I'd probably like to correct about him just a little bit. He wants to get pretty easy in his top there at his hip loin junction. He wants to get a little too loose there. We'd like to straighten his top line out. We'd like to make him better in that top line. We'd like to make him a little bit more flexible off both ends of his skeleton to accommodate all that muscularity that he does bring to the table. We fixed that, and I think he's a player way up high in the class. The young lady's scarred sheep that comes next. I think this one balances up good and is good in his type and his kind. He's just not ready today in terms of his touch. I get my hands over his loin. He's significantly narrower than the sheep that stands ahead of him. Maybe just a scotch narrower from that aspect than the sheep that stands behind him, but he balances up real good from the outside. He's high quality, just not quite as ready to go today as some we see in class. Sheep that comes next is big-ended. I think that's certainly the one thing you can say about him. He's real big in his pin set. Certainly one that's got some stoutness of feature to him. You get off to the side of this one, starts to be a little off in terms of his top line, wants to be a little rounder and plainer in terms of his hip. Like to correct him there just a little bit. The one that's next, I think a sheep that's big-ended. Certainly he's got some mass and some volume. Being pretty hard on one with that much muscle to be this low in the class. Just like to put him together a bit better, make him more proportional and more well-balanced, making cleaner at the point of his shoulder. The sheep that's next, I think, is one that's long, he's level, he's pretty, he's high cut ability. I feel like that this sheep looks like he should have been in the class before in terms of size and muscularity. He just doesn't have enough in this stout group here. We'd like to give him just more punch when I get around behind him. The sheep that rounds out the class is despite you being way down here at the end, that's not a bad one by any means. That sheep's got some stoutness, he's got some width, he's got some power, doesn't have the touch, doesn't have the overall design and balance and eye appeal of some of the others in class. Still a really nice group, top to bottom, one of the deepest classes we've seen today. Let's give them a big hand.
All right, class 19 market lambs, your winners. 9th place, Kalen Kreider. 8th place, Addison Alt. 7th place, Inslee Merkins. 6th place, Claire Cadell. 5th place, Dylan Stumberg. 4th place, Sarah Foster. 3rd place, Kimber Craig. 2nd place, Riley Kidder. And your first place lamb in class 19 was Braden Stimberg. We've got class 20 lined up and going in the ring. We need class 21 lined up. Ready? Need class 21 lambs. Sawyer Foster, Bujit, Hanson. And we're going to need all our first and second place lambs from the medium wool classes to start making their way towards the ring for the drive.
Really a powerful sheep to come in and win this particular set. I think this guy's as big ended and as big hipped as anything we've seen. Still has a nice look to go along with it. Fresh handling. That's just a pretty high quality sheep that puts lots of good things together and wins the class with relative ease, in my opinion. Sheep that comes in two, I think big footed, heavy bone, fairly similar to our class winner, and that he's really massive when you get behind him. This is maybe one that I'd like to see a little better in terms of his top line and a little better in his loin shape today. Starting to handle a little stale there. We'd like to freshen him up, make him better in terms of his lines when I get out away from him. A sheep that comes third, I think this one reads with lots of quality. I don't know that he's quite as stout. I don't know that there's just quite as much sheep there as the two that beat him in class, but I think he's a little more youthful than the sheep that's right ahead of him. I think he's a little more attractive in terms of his top line. I just question, does he truly have enough when you get around behind him as compared to those ultra stout monsters that are right there ahead of you? But that's still a high quality one that blends good and is well balanced. The sheep that rounds out the class, no slouch, big footed, heavy bone, wide base, pretty level down his top. This is one I'd like to see bigger at the upper portion of his hip and in his outside leg in order for him to bring a little higher placing in this particular group. All four nice sheep, no bad ones here. Let's give them a hand.
All right, your class 20 medium wool market lambs. Your winners, Talon Went in fourth place. Third place, Camden Sawyer. Second place, Claire Cadell. And first place, Owen Schultze. Class 21 is in the ring, and then we will have our drive, our medium wool drive. We need all our first and second place class winners. Then all our breed champions need to start getting ready and making their way towards the ring as well. Need all our class winners. All our medium wool class winners. First and second places. I want to remind everybody we need you to clean up your pens, clean up after yourselves, and whatever else you can clean up. But please clean up all of your shavings in the aisle out in front of your pens and in your pens. Again, all you dads and teenage boys and girls, we're going to need some help tonight taking down these pens and getting things set up for the sales. So I know you got it. Some of you got to take animals home, but we sure need you to come back and help us take down pins and sweep out the rest of the shavings this evening. All you directors and junior directors, we expect you to be here.
Well, y'all, Chad's doing a really good job emceeing the show. I really like that athletic move he made earlier when he caught that sheep. Did y'all like that? I thought it was pretty good. Nice glass out here. Again, I think there's some differences in these four. I think they all four have merit and some good. I think the one that puts the most together for me personally is the sheep that I start with, obviously. I think that this one's really good in terms of his top line. I think that he handles really fresh and expressive today. Got lots of power, but he's got lots of pretty to go along with it. I think he has some advantages in terms of the base of his rib and the base of his chest as compared to the sheep that's right ahead of him in class. He's also a little more polished up in terms of the point of his shoulder. That's a big top, big ended one that's real nice looking, whether he's stuck or on the move. Good combination type sheep. The sheep that comes in two has some good things about him for sure. I think this one's really big and bold behind his blade. Love the rack shape that he brings to the table. Maybe one that's not quite as organized in terms of his skeleton as the one that's right ahead of him. I think this one wants to pinch in his lower rib just a bit, wants to be a little coarser at the point of his shoulder in comparison. But he's got a big end. He's got a great big rack. He's got a high quality look too. The sheep that comes third, I think one of the smoother handling ones we have in class. A great big top, pretty big end to this guy. One that wants to be a little shorter about his neck, wants to get up in his spine just a little bit as he goes. We'd like to correct him from that aspect. I think we make him a little more flexible down his spine. We make him a little better in his front 1/3. He moves on up in class. A sheep that rounds out this four is, I think, one that's big-footed and heavy bone. Probably for me, one that gets a little off in terms of his balance. He wants to tie his neck in a little too low at the point of his shoulder. He wants to be a little off there at his hip-loin junction. You get around behind him, you start to question whether he has enough to move up in classes. He's just simply not as wide, stifle to stifle. He's not as big in his pin set, and he's not as deep in his twist. Good job to these young ladies for a real nice sheep.
Right, your class 21 medium wool market lamb winners. Fourth place, Paisley Doge. Third place, Kira Sawyer. Second place, Southern Hanson. And first place, Sarah Foster. All right, we've got our medium wool market lamb drive. I need all our first place and second place lambs. Will Thomason from class 16. Claire Cadell, Class 17. Dylan Stumberg, Class 18. Braden Stenberg, Class 19. Owen Schultze, Class 20. Sarah Foster, Class 21. Second places, I need Adeline Hunter, Class 16. Miranda Kinney, Class 17. Southern Hanson, Class 18. Riley Kidder, Class 19. Claire Cadell, Class 20. And Southern Hanson, Class 21. Need our South Downs Grand and Reserve. Our Fine Wool Grands and Reserve. Fine Wool Cross Grand and Reserve. Our Hair Sheep Grand and Reserve. Make your way to the ring, please.
Well, a really nice, good set of black-faced sheep. We've seen some very deep classes in this particular breed. Out here in contention for your champion division position, I think we've got a bunch of good ones. I think the lightweights, long and lean and pretty, probably needs a little extra stoutness in terms of center body. Sheep that was second behind him, big-ended, but probably not quite as level and attractive in terms of his total package as I'd like to see. This blue sheep that comes in and wins Class 2, obviously big-footed, heavy bone, real powerful off his back end. He's got a great big top. Maybe one that I'd like to drop in his flank just a bit, clean up in terms of his chest floor and shoulder. The sheep that was second behind him kind of did those things. He's a little more upfronted. He's a little smoother in terms of his pattern. One that for me probably just didn't have enough. You get out here and you go to Class 3. I thought that this is one of the best moving sheep we had really like this one an awful lot when you set him on the go. I think he's one of the more athletic ones we have out here. He's got a big top, he's got a big end, but I think his athleticism in terms of feet and legs and skeleton and the way everything works together is really, really, really nice. The sheep that was second behind him, huge racked one that's got a lot of stoutness and power. Probably one that for me gets a little quicker or a little choppy rather in terms of his rear legs and the way he moves them. We'd like to fix that, maybe polish that one up in his chest floor, maybe clean him up in terms of the point of his shoulder as compared to the real athletic one that really gets out and moves right ahead of him in class. The next class winner, I thought that this is one of the more athletic sheep again. I think a sheep that really gets around the ring very well. I think he looks like a winner in terms of his design and his balance and his eye appeal. I think he's got some high quality aspects to him in terms of his look. And then he can back it up when you come in and you touch him. Great big rack, big loin, big end. But at the same time, this is one that I think really gets out there and does some neat things in terms of his skeleton and the way he handles his body and his spine when he goes in motion. The young lady sheep that was second behind that one, I thought that was a really good pair. I think that that one maybe has some advantages over that class winner in that he is a little longer in terms of his neck. He's maybe a scotch stouter when you get right behind him. I like that one's hip and hind leg a great deal. And in comparison to the class winner, maybe not quite as good in his top line, maybe not quite as good in his chest floor and the point of his shoulder. And when we get him in motion, I don't know that he's quite as neat, not quite as organized in terms of his skeleton when he gets on the go. The real big stout-ended sheep that comes in here and wins the next class, like him in terms of his width of body. Obviously, this is a really massive-ended one, like him for his rack shape. Maybe one that's not quite as good over his loin edges as some we have out here. But I think that this one combines that stoutness and power with a pretty attractive look to go right along with it. Sheep that was second behind that one. I think big muscles, probably not quite as good in his overall composition. Doesn't put it together in quite as neat a package for me. I would like to make that one a little better in terms of his top line. Like to make him a little stouter in terms of his rear leg as compared to that monster that's right ahead of him. The sheep that comes in and wins the heavyweights, real smooth looking, attractive one that's very, very good in his top line. He handles his feet and legs well. He's got a great big top. He's smooth at the point of his shoulder. I think he reads with some athleticism and some quality for sure. The sheep that was second behind that one, another one that's got a great big rack, certainly one that's got some power and some mass in his rear leg. Maybe not quite as good in terms of the way he's put together, not quite as well balanced, not as smooth down his top, not as level in terms of his lines, maybe a little coarser at the point of his shoulder, not quite as good in the way he ties his neck into the point of his shoulder. Once again, excellent set. There's a couple out here that are my personal preferences. These kids have done a really good job in the medium wool division. If y'all don't mind, put your hands together. Thank every kid that showed for their work. As we bring that second place from that class out, I don't think that that drops the quality of the lineup. I think that that's a really, really nice one. I think that that sheep's hip is pretty impressive. I think that his design in general is very, very nice. I think he's got so much going for him. I think he's at 12 o'clock, and I think he reserves it. Let's go.
Your grand champion, medium wool market lamb, is Braden Stenberg. And your reserve champion, medium wool market lamb, is Riley Kidder. All our grands and reserves line up for our grand drive. I want to remind everybody we'll have junior intermediate, and senior showmanship immediately following the grand drive. Junior, intermediate, and senior showmanship right after the grand drive. Junior showmanship. Junior lamb showman, time to line up. Junior lamb showman, please come line up.
Your market lamb show, folks, has been a really good one. I've really enjoyed getting to sort through such a high quality set of sheep. Once again, like I said in the goat show, I think we've got awesome animals out here in terms of their build, their design, the way they're made. but I'm more impressed with the way that you guys have made your young people in this county. Just a tremendous set of kids that have obviously have a tremendous amount of work ethic and try in them. I haven't seen any of them quit. They've all been pretty happy today. They've all been smiling. They've all talked to me. Just a great group of young people that are a great representation of our industry. And I say this at a lot of the shows that I get to sort. I honestly can say that I think outside of church itself, there's no better place for a kid than at a stock show, because they're going to learn so much in terms of work ethic. They're going to have so much time with their parents and with their siblings. I think that that's really what it's all about outside of the animal ag side of it, which I truly love. Great job to all the kids that showed today. God bless them all. If y'all don't mind, give every kid that showed a Market Lamb a big round of applause. In terms of the stock that we have out here in our overall drive, I thought that these are all nice. That these kids did such a good job, and they brought me such high quality ones. I thought the sheep that comes in and wins the South Downs, I think that's just a good made athletic one that combines muscularity with an attractive look from the outside. The sheep that was reserved, really big muscles, lots of stoutness and power. Maybe not quite as good in terms of shoulder, maybe not quite as good in terms of design and look from the outside. The sheep that comes in and wins the fine wools, I think a big stout-legged one that's got a really good look from the outside. Really like the way this one's spine lays into him, like the forearm shape that he has, like the base width that he has. He just reads with a ton of quality to me. The sheep that was second behind him, a big, massive ended one that's got a lot to him. Maybe not quite as good in his build, maybe not quite as ready to go today in terms of his touch. Then here in the crosses, I can honestly say I think that that's one of the most athletic sheep in the barn, one of the highest quality sheep in the barn. I think that that guy is awesome when he moves. I think he is deadly when he's stuck. Really like the way he touches. I would look for big things for that one when he gets on down the road. The sheep that's second behind him or reserved behind him, despite being little, I think he's relatively similar in type and kind. I think that that guy's green and skinny and small, but at the same time, I think this is a sheep that's going to get somewhere down the road and do some good for the young lady. He's big topped, he's fresh, he's expressive, and most importantly, he can move around the ring and handle his feet and his legs and his body and his spine really well. Then we got into the hair sheep, and I thought that that was one of the tougher divisions that we saw today. Really like both of these hair sheep. I think the one that wins is one that's pretty unique in terms of his chest floor and his shape and his design through that front 1/3. I think he's really special when you get off to the side of him. Certainly one that's got some power, but more than that, he's got quality and design. I think that that's a really, really nice sheep that puts so much good together. The one that was second behind him, as flexible and good moving as one as you can make, especially for one that carries that much mass and power around. Really like the reserve an awful lot too. That's a very, very nice sheep. Then in the medium wools, I thought y'all had a very, very strong show. Lots of depth, lots of good ones there. Two that rose to the surface for me personally were these. I think that the sheep that comes in and wins is very, very unique in terms of his build and his design and the way he gets around the ring. Really at 12 o'clock today in terms of his touch. As we discussed there in the medium wool drive, I think the sheep that's reserved there maybe has some advantages in terms of length of neck, maybe a scotch stouter in terms of his rear leg, not as good in his top line, not as good in terms of his body and his feet and legs when he goes out. Really like that pair of medium wools there. Awesome to see such high quality stock top to bottom here. I'll go out and shake the hand of your overall champion and reserve champion. Y'all, again, if you don't mind, put your hands together. Thank these kids for all their work.
Your grand champion lamb for the 2026 Junior Market Lamb Show, Kendall County, is Braden Stemberg. Your reserve champion lamb is Riley Kidder. All right, we ready? All the junior showmen ready to go? Last chance, junior showman. Showman, intermediate showman, please come line up. Intermediate showman.
Oh, just a great group of young kids out here that are really providing a very bright future for your county. Really like the effort that these kiddos put in, like the work that they've done at the house. I really commend them for their all their hours that they put in with these particular projects. Real impressed with this group. Again, I'm picking two, I assume, and so there's only two of you guys that are going to get awards. But those of you that don't, just know that you're pushing those two awfully, awfully hard, and I haven't been able to make my mind up yet. Wanted to tell you just a little bit about what I'm seeing with each of you, just real quick. Chloe's the young lady to my far left. I think, Chloe, you're doing a real nice job of making that sheep look balanced, okay? You're taking care of his top line well. You're taking care of his feet and legs well. My only thing I would say, drive him a little harder when I come in and touch him, okay? Make sure that thing is cranked up because we got to see how much muscle he has. Coy's next. They're in the blue shirt. Coy, I'd say for you, one thing that you might work on is making sure that that sheep engages and pushes into you. Sometimes he wants to be sucking back just a little bit. I'd like to see that guy really drive into you a little harder. I'd like to see you make sure that that one really is flexing down his top and in his rear leg when I come in and touch him. Every now and then, maybe square his chest up. Make sure he's nice and wide in his chest, just like you have him off his back legs. Southern's the young lady that's next. Southern, you're doing a good job with that one. I would say you do a good job of getting that one, its head cranked up. You typically have that one driven pretty hard when I come in and touch him. Let's just make sure that we get feet and legs true and square, and let's pop his chest every now and then and make sure that those front legs are nice and wide, show off all that base width he has through his chest. Diz is the young man that's next. Diz, I would say for you, I think we need to focus on getting that sheep's head up and right up on top of his shoulders, okay? We want that sheep's head right up on top of his shoulders and his neck and his top line to make about a 90-degree angle, okay? Let's work on doing that. That'll make that one look better from the side. Forrest is the young man here in the black shirt. Forrest, I'd say for you, you typically have him pretty true and square in terms of feet and legs, and he's typically driving pretty hard. But let's take advantage of the length of body that that one has. Let's pop his chest and stretch him out just a little bit. Make sure that you take advantage of every bit of length that that guy has. Make him look better balanced from the outside, okay? Jake's the young man there in the red. I'd say, Jake, for you, you're doing a pretty good job of getting the head up. Let's work on making sure that those feet and legs stay true and wide off both ends of his skeleton. Maybe get his top down a little and then just drive into that sheep a little harder when I come in for close inspection, okay? We've got Luke right here. Luke, man, I think you're doing a pretty good job in terms of back leg placement. I would say just be careful to not get that one set too wide, okay, in terms of his back leg. Sometimes you want to get him a little outside his body. Let's get him right under his body, just perfect there. And then let's get that head cranked up on top of his shoulders, okay? Get his head pushed back on top of his shoulders. I think he'll look a little better from the outside. Is it Claire? Claire's next with kind of the paisley shirt here. Claire, you're doing a real good job of getting feet and legs typically fairly square. This sheep wants to fight you just a little bit. He's not wanting to engage and drive into you quite as hard as I would like. So I would say for you, let's work on getting his head on top of his shoulders, getting his spine down, and making sure he engages and pushes forward for you, okay? Mason's the young man that's next. I'd say, Mason, for you, some things that we can work on is just getting that one's head cranked up, making sure that you get his head on top of his shoulders and making him look a little better in terms of his front 1/3, okay? I'd get yourself gathered up a little more, get around in front of him, and make sure that that sheep's pushing into you. That's what I would say for you. Don't tell me. Sam. Sam, let me tell you, man, you got his head up. I like that. You got his top line right. I like that. One thing that I would work on is getting around in front of him, get your hands on either side of his head, pushing into that muscle on either side of his throat. Push back with your hands on that head. Don't just push with your legs, and you'll get more pop and expression out of that one's top, okay? Maddie's the young lady that's next here in the yellow. Maddie, you got that one long and level. Let's work on making sure that that weather engages, okay? Because sometimes he wants to just stand there instead of actually pushing. I want to see a little more pop and expression down that one's top. And I think if you get him to do that, you'll be in better shape. Lily is the young lady to my far right. Lillian, I would say for you, you're doing a good job of eye contact with me and getting his head up. But let's make sure that that sheep stands wider and truer off both ends of his skeleton. And then another one, you're another one that I'd say, let's just get that sheep to engage a little harder, drive a little harder. Bunch of kids out here doing a real nice job. I'll pick your two that are champion and reserve, but if y'all don't mind, give your juniors a big hand.
Your senior showman. Senior showman, need you lined up. Your champion junior lamb showman was Chloe Sawyer. Your reserve champion lamb showman was Southern Hanson.
Once again, a good set of kiddos in this group for sure. I think these kids are doing just a nice job. I think that as a whole, a very uniform group. I think that they have the basics down. There's a few out here that put it all together for me in a little better package. Still a tough call to make just a firm determination as who needs to win this. That's really tough in terms of what I'm seeing out here on these individual kids. I've struggled with these girls' names because a lot of them are a little similar. And honestly, it's been a long day. So if I screw them up, that's part of it. But Laura Lynn, I had a hard time with that one. Laura Lynn, you're doing a real good job in terms of eye contact and getting that one's head up. I would say get that sheep to square up in terms of his back legs, get him to engage in his top a little bit harder when I come in and touch him. And I think you'll be better off from a touch and handle standpoint. Inslee's the young lady that's next in the green. Inslee, you're doing a real good job of making that one real firm to the touch. I would say let's get that one. Sometimes he wants to overextend and hyperextend his back legs. Let's get him gathered up just a scotch, and then let's get him to relax his spine just a bit, get his head up on top of his shoulders, get him down in his spine, and I think he'll look a little better from the side. Camden, right, with the polka dots. Camden, you're doing a real good job with that fine wool. I think you typically keep his top line gathered up real well. I think you take care of his feet and legs real well. I think you show off his width through his chest very well, and I like your hand placement and how you carry that one around. I think that sheep moves out good for you too. Good combination, kind of there of your showmanship style. And then Graceland in the black, right? Graceland, you're doing a good job with this Dorper. I think that this sheep sometimes you want to get him a tick overextended, not necessarily on his back legs or his hip, but in terms of his front legs, want to get a little bit out from under him. Let's get him straight down. Let's get him to drive a tick harder, and I think you'll be in a little better shape there. Kaylee's next. I think Kaylee, you're doing a real good job in terms of getting that sheep extended at times. That sheep wants to overextend though, like he is right now on his back right leg. When he gets a little too far out there, it makes him look weaker at his hip loin junction. So let's work on making sure that his feet and legs don't get hyperextended off his back leg. Let's not let him go so long and so stretched out because he is so long sided. Sometimes that gets a little bit away from you and it makes him wash right there at his hip loin junction. That'd be something that you can work on at the house. Rosalind's next. Rosalind, I would say with the sheep, he wants to get a little fidgety. Let's make sure that he's willing to just stand, okay? Let's get his back leg square. Let's get his top down and get his head up on top of his shoulders. That'll make him look nicer from the outside. Kaylin, right? Kaylin in the red. Kaylin, you're doing a good job of getting this one nice and level down his top. I would say you can work around in front of him just a little bit more. Don't be afraid to do that. Get his head jammed back up on top of his shoulders. Really get that guy to drive when I come in and touch him, okay? But in terms of length of body, you're good. Let's set that one a little wider off of his back legs as well, okay? He has the tendency to want to bring them a little close together. Let's make sure we stand true and wide there. Brielle, is that right? Brielle, you've got a neat looking sheep with that chromed up one there. You take care of his four legs really well in terms of just having them true and square. One thing that this guy doesn't want to do for you is engage and drive super hard, okay? Let's work on every now and then getting him to really drive into you, especially when I come in for close inspection. But really good job making him look the part when you're walking and real good job setting his feet and legs. Typically, you get him real square and nice there. Hayden's the young man that's next. Hayden, you've got a good duo going on here. You've got a good teammate all the way around, or a good team all the way around. I think that this young man is awesome. He's done a great job all day, and I'm really appreciative of him coming out and putting forth all this work. And then we've got Deuce here that kind of rounds out the deal. Man, I think you've got some advantages out here. You're big, you're strong. You can kind of make that sheep do what you need him to, and you use that to your advantage, and you certainly should. Most of the time, you get that one really looking good in terms of his feet and legs. You typically have him driving nice and hard when I come out here or come in there and handle them. You typically have them looking right in terms of their feet and legs and their extension and all that. I think you're putting a lot of good things together for sure in terms of your showmanship ability. Once again, an excellent set. These kids are really impressive. I'm real proud of them. If you are too, give them a hand and I'll pick your winners. Folks, as we wrap things up here with Senior Showmanship, thank you so much again for having me. It's really been a pleasure and it's been a blessing to get to sort through such good stock shown by even better kids. It's really been a fun day. I hope that I haven't taken too long. I enjoyed it so much. Thank y'all very much for having me. And in terms of these kids that we have out here in the Senior Showmanship, like we did in the goats, I'm not going to talk to them individually. Hopefully at this age and stage, they don't need too much coaching. They kind of know what they need to be working on at the house, and they know what they need to be doing to improve things a little bit. I think as a whole, this is a really strong group. I think this is one of the more challenging ones for me to pick, just two to come out here and get prizes. I think that there's several of you guys that are certainly in contention, and it's kind of interesting. Towards the end of the day, I think you guys are all putting forth a ton of effort. As I see some of you that your partners and your sheep, they're tired. They're tired just like y'all are. Maybe they're not cooperating quite like they should be out here in the showmanship drive. Maybe they're not wanting to lead. Maybe they're not wanting to set. Maybe they're dancing around a little bit. Is what it is, guys. It's what I can see out here in this class right now. But I think that there's a whole slew of you that are awfully, awfully good kids and awfully good at showing and putting it all together. Y'all give them one more hand, and I'll pick you two winners, and we'll go home.
All right, that concludes the Lamb and Goat Show. We want to give a thank you to our judge for coming out and thank all of y'all for coming. We want to thank the parents, exhibitors, grandparents, volunteers. Thank all of y'all. If you would, kids, please clean your shavings up, get them cleaned up and out of the barn. There's shovels, brooms, wheelbarrows. If you can, stay and help us tear everything down. Thank you.